Uh, hey guys, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a Veve OMI update video with K Collections, Kyla May. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. And we are very good friends. We had like a 2-ish hour stream on your channel, and we found out that we basically had a stepbrothers moment. Like, did we just become best friends? And now we're having a drink together.
Mm-hmm. It's about time.
Okay. So, oh God, I'm dying. There was I was thinking about what to post on this because normally I like to post different things on like the title, then how I advertise on Twitter, then how I advertise it on Facebook. How I advertised it on Facebook, it was like introducing my friend Kyla May, and it reminded me of that episode of SpongeBob, where it's like, I'm gonna introduce my best friend to everybody in town, wearing a salmon suit. So.
Dang, too bad I'm not wearing salmon. That would have been perfect.
Oh, a salmon colored shirt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I always just call it like salmon color is just pink. It's just pink. So it was a couple weeks ago that I was on your channel. Since then, San Diego Comic-Con has happened. The Boba Fett was announced. Sorry, I didn't mean Django. Boba Fett was announced. What's been some of your favorite developments these last couple weeks regarding Veve?
Oh my gosh, everything is just you know, like when you just like feel like it's just going to. I mean, we've already been kind of like climbing the ladder, but like we're like climaxing, I feel like. Like there's just so much that Vivi's doing now to like get more community members, and the community just dropping amazing drops like left and right. So it just makes me so excited, you know. I just can't wait for everything. I'm just like a child on Christmas morning, just waiting to get everything.
So I think that, and maybe I'm mistaken here. So what was your first introduction to the Star Wars movies? Did you see the prequels first, or did you see the old ones first?
I seen the old ones first.
I did too. And there was so I saw those. That's what got me into it. I really liked the prequels as well. Sometimes I feel like some people give the prequels a lot of hate, but I really like them.
They're just a little cheesy because the animation, you know. But other than that, it's good. It has a good storyline and everything.
Yeah, God, it's great. What I love is like the choreography. Where again, I really thought it was interesting. I really liked the lightsaber aspect in the old ones, even in Spaceballs, where they had it. Your Schwartz is as big as my Schwartz.
Yes,
they had that too. I was like, yes, there we go. But then in the new one, it's like, oh my God, I feel like they tried to give Darth Maul like the Darth Vader thing, like only saying a couple of lines, but still just having a double-bladed sword. Like what?
He's still my favorite, like, villain, like, on the dark side. Like, I think he's better than Vader. I mean, I know it's not the popular opinion or whatever, but he looks way cooler. He's badass. Like, no, he's way better.
No, I love him. He was like one of the first people I ever cosplayed. Before I even knew what like cosplaying was, it was episode 3. I think I was like 14 or 15 or something. And I have his what I did was I paused the movie, or maybe it was the second or third, but whatever it was, I paused the first movie on my VHS tape, and I put a piece of paper over it, and I traced the lines on like, okay, it's got red here, it's got black here, and I went to this place called like a Halloween store, and I just did the makeup. It was wild. And that
you did it yourself, or like someone did it for you?
No, I did it myself. Took me a long time. I think my parents thought I was gay. It was like, oh God, he's putting on like makeup, and which is like, when I was younger, like they didn't let me date either. They were just like, oh yeah, no girls. So of course I had to sneak around. But I like never brought any girls to the house because so yeah, I think that some people in my family probably still think that. But yeah, that I love him. So do you like?
I have to see a picture now. I want to see how you did on your makeup.
I've tried. There was one physical picture that I don't know where it went, and then there was I forget what news channel was there. They were like, there was a local news channel like in Long Island. They were just covering covering it, but I forget which movie it was. I don't know if it was the second movie or the third. I think it was the second. Attack of the Clones, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Out of the so which ones are your favorites from the Star Wars stuff? Is the original trilogy? Is it the newer ones? Is it the prequels?
For me, I still haven't started the animated one. I know I'm slacking. I know I need to. I know because Ahsoka is my favorite. But I don't know. I think that I was actually like kind of salty, I guess, when they started making like the newer ones because I was like, God, they're just gonna do like every other movie and just drag it on forever and just like make it trash. Like,
Yeah.
but that was silly of me because it's Star Wars. Like, how could it be trash, right?
I feel like it's like cold pizza. Like it might be cold pizza, but it's still pizza. Like the Star
Yeah.
Wars movies some of them might not be great, but they're still Star Wars.
Exactly. Well, and I like the newer ones actually a lot. I feel like Kylo doesn't do the best job at like his acting. I feel like he's like trying too hard to be Vader, but that's just my opinion.
Dude, he got jacked though in that. I think that was a complaint that I had in episode 7 where he was kind of like a little twiggy, and then it was surprising because he was a Marine. But then in like the 8th movie that we saw where he's all like he's standing shirtless and he's just like beefed up, like, oh my God, it was wild. I was like, damn, them pecs. He just had pecs for days. I haven't drank since last week, and all I had was sushi today, so I'm gonna get a little tipsy pretty early.
Okay. And then you're like sitting there drinking hard alcohol too. You should have just done wine, like me.
I didn't mean to drink today. I went out for my friend Meg's birthday. She just turned 27. Shout out to Meg if she's here. Oh, it's her
Happy
birthday. She might be otherwise indisposed with her hubby. But I wasn't because I partied a lot at San Diego Comic-Con, which was wild. You got to go to one of the cons one day. You're going to Designer Con though, right?
I'm gonna try my best.
Okay.
My car payments are now $400, and I'm used to paying $250.
What did you wind up naming?
I'm thinking Umbreon. I'm not sure 100% yet, but that's what Twitter voted. So if we're going with Twitter's vote, it's Umbreon.
That's a good point. Yeah. I wonder what I should name my Cybertruck when I get it. I don't have it yet.
You got to name it something super cool, like Bionic or something.
Yeah. But for Designer Con at least, it should be relatively cheap because I think the tickets are pretty cheap. Even the VIP tickets, where you can get in. Huh?
My dog, sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that the Loki?
Yes.
The Loki.
He like knows when I'm talking to you. I swear. He's like, let me in there.
Puppy. So I think the DesignerCon tickets I think are pretty cheap for 3 days because it's Saturday, Sunday, and then that Friday night beforehand. But there's a bunch of people going, so you should be able to like go and get like an Airbnb with a couple people. Me and Taps are already spoken for. We're gonna be in the same room, roomies for life. And yeah, I love him so much.
You guys need bunk beds. Build a bunk bed.
That's true. It's true. We should. I don't know if he's. I don't know if we. I think you could do cots. Like if you ask him to bring up a cot, I think you can. You're like, oh, it's for my clothes. I like to lay them out.
That's not going to be very comfortable to sleep on, though.
Oh, you haven't been in the military.
I sure haven't.
Cots are what? Oh, cots are life in the military. I mean, deployed anyway. Deployed is not fun. I mean, it's kind of fun. It sucks, but it's like you embrace the suck, and you just like, I don't know, just want to go back. It sounds so weird. It sounds so strange, but you do.
You miss it while it's not there, but then when you have it, then it's just like, oh, this is what I have.
Yeah, there's a meme where like when you're there, it's like, I just want to go home. But then like when you're back, you're just sitting and watch TV, like back.
Like, I want to do something. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't explain it. Okay, so you haven't watched the animated series for Star Wars, but have you watched the newer stuff like the Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian and stuff like that?
Yes, I've watched all those for sure.
Nice. I've seen the top three cosplays I saw were like in San Diego were either a variation of Spider-Man or or a Mandalorian or Eddie from Stranger Things. Have you seen Stranger Things?
Of course.
So good.
I can't wait for the next one. Were you not crying? Because I was crying. I'm a baby.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm going to give you guys about 6 seconds here, and you can come back in 30 seconds. Spoilers for Stranger Things. Spoilers for the end if you haven't seen it. I'll give you like in 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. I was screaming when Max was like not being okay. Like
exactly.
where she was like, I don't know what she like. If they're going to take a what do you call it? If the 5th season is going to take place directly after the 4th, she's not going to be able to do anything. One, she's blind. She's going to be blind AF. And 2, she broke all of her like extremities. She broke her arms and broke her legs. Nothing she can do.
Yeah.
Dude, Lucas just like reading to her every day.
I know. That's what got me. Like, that's what got me hard. I was like, this is so sad. I can't handle this.
Sad when Eddie went. I got very sad when I thought Max was dying, and then like she kind of didn't die, not really. But what really got me was when Hopper came back, and 11 says, "I kept the door open 6 inches" or something, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, she never stopped." that was like the most beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that like daddy daughter moment thing.
Yeah.
What was in cinema in general? It doesn't have to be Star Wars, it doesn't have to be Stranger Things. It could be whatever. What's one scene that moved you the most? That you're just like, oh my god, that's so beautiful. It could be tragic. It could be uplifting.
In Star Wars?
In anything.
Oh, in anything. Well, dang, that's pretty broad.
Well, in any piece of cinema. I guess it could be a music video. It could be, it doesn't have to be a movie.
I don't know. So, like, don't judge me.
Okay.
I feel like when people die in movies, I'm like, oh, that's sad. But when dogs or like animals die in movies, like that's a trigger for me. I'm just like, that person needs to die. Like I feel John Wick. I really do. Like I understand him like completely. So I don't know. There's a lot of movies where I cry because I'm just a big baby. So I don't know. There's too many times.
Yeah. There's a website called doesthedogdie.com, and you can go and if there's an animal in like the first few minutes of the movie, you'd be like, wait, I gotta look this up. And if it says yes or no, like if it's yes, okay, can't watch it. No, then we're safe. You can watch it.
Dude, Marley and Me, is that not like so sad? And then after Marley and Me got like so many views, then they kept making all these dog movies about like them just passing away after they're all bonded with their person. I'm just like, Jesus, this is, come on, Hollywood, what are you trying to do? Tear me apart?
So I figured that at that movie, the end, that's what would happen. I wasn't sure, but I figured. And there was this, forget what year it was, but there was somebody, I think it was a girlfriend that wanted to go see it. And I was in an airport, and there was a book called Marley and Me, and I read like the back or like front page or whatever, and it said like, take this journey with us from the time she's a puppy until that fateful day they say goodbye. And I was like, freaking spoilers! No, we're not doing that. So I was like, nope.
I mean, and it's crazy because like we all know that day comes, like the time you pick up a puppy, that like that's gonna happen. But it doesn't change the fact that it happens. Like it's so devastating. Anybody that's had a pet can definitely relate to the feeling. If they've had a pet that passed, I guess. And yeah, it's like super sad. So
yeah, I can't like even like the last girlfriend I had. So I don't think I could like date anymore because like the last girlfriend I had, I got really attached to the dog, and now like I can't I don't see the dog anymore. So it's like, come on, man, I just lose you and the dog.
Yep, I've been in that situation as well.
Oh, never again. But there's this. I feel like that, like that meme or just the episode of. Have you seen The Office?
Of course.
Good.
I like Dwight the most, and I know that he's so annoying, but I swear, like those are the people in the office, like my actual office, that like I would crack up at. Like I love that.
I love that too. It reminds me of an episode where Michael decides he's going to start dating again, and then he goes like, "I'm ready to get hurt again." Like when he's talking about love, I feel like that's what it is with dogs. You have to
Exactly.
take a little while. Yeah, so
Yep.
much heartbreak. I can't do it.
But you know that these dogs are going to be around either way, so you got to give them the best life you possibly can while they're around. So
Yeah. Oh, tell us about that amazing Fantasy 15 Funko Pop you have back there.
oh dude, yeah, this thing is so cool, right? We ordered it like 3 months ago and it finally came in after like 3 months. It's so
Okay.
pretty. Oh, whoop,
Oh, wait, the other way. Yeah.
wait. Sorry, my
That looks so
ring.
cool. Oh no,
It's
it's fine.
I'm gonna turn it off.
Oh, that looks great.
I know, right? It's so
That does look
cool.
really cool. All right, so so you ordered it from Walmart and then it took a few months to get to you?
Yeah, it was like a pre-order. I don't know
Oh,
if
that's
you can
why.
still order it or not. But yes, it was a pre-order. I'm pretty sure it was $18.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, or
I feel like
20
it's a
at
really
most.
good value.
Yeah, definitely, right? I
Yeah,
mean, I'm never gonna sell it because I love it, but
of course. I that's what I try to tell a lot of people, like, hey, the price is what you pay, but it's like the value that's what you get. And
Mhm.
I feel like that's a great value for $18 because you can look at it every day. It's like instead of
Exactly.
renting it for, a couple
And I
dollars
know
a
it's
year.
not the actual comic book, like it's just the cover back there.
Yeah.
But either way, I get to admire the cover of the comic, which you would do with any other comic. It's not like physicals you want to touch and open anyways, right?
Yeah.
And then I get a Funko to look at too. So win-win.
The there's been a couple of Funko Pops. I think I have two over there. They were given as gifts when I used to cosplay. Um, I would get I would get gifts because I was really good at, like, I was really lean, and I would be like Deadpool or I would be like Spider-Man, whatever, and I would just randomly get that. And one of them I still have is a Invader Zim. I don't know if you've seen that. Yes.
I used to have a hoodie when I was a kid with the little ears and everything.
Oh, with Gurr?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
It was
love him.
it's them and Gurr on a pig as they're like flying through the air and they're like, Gurr screaming. That's it's that. And
It's that.
that's
That's tight.
those are like some of my favorite gifts that other people give me. Like what's the favorite gift of yours that people have given you?
I just love handmade stuff. People like I know people that like make wraps and stuff like necklaces, you know.
Yeah.
I have a couple of those that like I treasure. I will protect it with my life. Um, yeah, anything that's handmade or like given by somebody important, I guess, is more the the best part about it, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not like a materialistic person really, so like I don't really care for you to like stun me with like fancy stuff.
Sorry.
It's like more of the thought behind it that matters for me.
Yeah, agree. There was an episode of Hey Arnold, which I'm guessing you've seen as well, right?
Of course.
Awesome. Where Rhonda Wellington Lloyd and Big Patty go to a school for, like, up and coming young children of society. And one of their projects or their things, like, bring in something that's worth something to you. And Rhonda brings in like one boot and she's like, this was part of a vintage pair of whatever. I lost the other boot, but this boot's probably still worth something. And then Patty comes and says, like, I have these mittens that me and my grandma made like before she passed away or something. I was like, oh, that's beautiful. So she gets like all the points, and Rhonda gets like nothing. And eventually Rhonda turns around. She becomes Ms. Rhonda Wellington Lloyd. That was
That's
good.
awesome.
Do you know what a shoey is?
A what?
A shoey?
A shoey?
Yeah, Veve analyst YouTube says Real Randy Chavez come to Australia and do a shoey. Like, I'm
Hmm.
not 100% sure what
I'm
that
sure
is.
maybe it's like one of those boots that you like
Chug
K or
alcohol.
I meant chug. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
But I thought that was just called a boot. Maybe a shoey's just like a crazy kind of shot that they take down there.
Might be Australian version for a shoey. Like they have different words. Like in London, faggot just means cigarette. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, or like, not. I didn't know this, but knocking someone up in England just means like going on knocking on their door. Um,
Really?
yeah.
They take things quite literal, huh?
I was like, wait, my friend JD goes like, yeah, I'm gonna go, knock up my friend Haley. I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, I'm gonna. And she had to say it like a couple times. Like, wait a minute, that'd be something completely different in
My
America.
my
Like,
friend went to college in Australia, and she said that like in Australia they use like piss off as like some like a whole nother dialogue. Like I can't even remember what she said. It's like something almost like good, not bad.
it
Piss.
means something good.
Yes. I was like, what?
In what universe does piss off? I guess Australian universe. I
I
don't.
don't know. Maybe it's like friendly jokes.
Oh, maybe.
Like piss off. Like I don't know, leave me alone, you know? I don't know.
Like
Stop
in
teasing me.
Ireland.
I don't know.
In Ireland, everyone calls each other the C word. I don't know if I want to say it right now. I'm not drunk enough yet.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I will.
That's the dirtiest word.
Okay. But yeah, they say that. I was like, oh, it's weird. Like a buddy of mine that I met there, I was on Snapchat once. It was like I think it was Memorial Day, and I accidentally called it Labor Day. I was at the airport, I was a little tipsy, and he's like, it's Memorial Day, you daft C word. And it's like, oh, I, like it's just funny.
Yeah. I mean,
Um
at least you were drunk because I would just laugh it off. If I wasn't drunk, I'd be like, fuck you.
oh yeah, no, it was funny either way. Do you ever go on 4chan?
No, what's that?
Oh, so it's like Reddit, but like a lot dirtier and a lot raunchier. Have
Okay.
you gone on Reddit, right?
I mean, a couple times, not often. I barely even got a Twitter just so I could keep up with like Veve news, like literally.
Good. That's not why I got it. I got it to keep up with Elon Musk tweets, and then I found the Veve fam. I was like, oh, keeping it for the Veve
I
fam.
do. I did follow Elon Musk. Like for the longest time, I had three people. I had Elon Musk, um, Veve, and um, fuck, who was it? I can't think right now. I would have to tell you later. But I
Wine
had
brain.
those two. I know, brain fart, but
Oh, that's great. I forgot what we were talking about beforehand. Oh man, I'm a little tipsy now. It went from Australia to whatever, and then oh yeah, so in Ireland, the first time I was in Ireland, I ran into this couple. It was like 2016. I was taking like I just wanted to like see like the country, like outside like main city in like Dublin. I want to see like outside of that. So I took this like carriage ride, and I got close to talking with this couple, and we were talking for a while, and I was curious on what they did for St. Patrick's Day, and I was like, how crazy does that get here? In America, some people go pretty wild, and she's like, I don't know, like we have it's more like religious here, but for the past 8 years, we've gone to New York City for St. Patrick's Day. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Like
you're like, no
that,
wonder why it's so wild.
yeah, that's where I am. Oh, yeah, that's nuts. Where's the craziest time? Like, are you Irish? What nationality are you?
Um, so I don't know. I kind of want to do like ancestry.com because my dad was adopted and his
Oh,
mom won't tell him like anything about his dad. So like he still knows his like biological mother, but like she will not discuss anything about his father. Like she just like won't
so
for
he knows
whatever
like
reason.
half of where he is from.
Yeah, but I know my mom's full side, and I know that her dad was half Cherokee Indian and white, and then, or I meant, I don't know, like I think Spaniard or something like that.
So your great grandma was half Cherokee Indian.
Yeah,
So you're 132, 132nd, one out of 32 Cherokee Indian. At,
something like that. I have it
at
in me. That's
least
why I have these high cheekbones. Um,
I get that
and then
from being Inca,
Inca, yeah,
Inca
see.
Indian. Yeah.
And then also I know that my grandma is German, Irish, and she I don't know, she always says German and Irish, and then sometimes randomly she'll just like say Dutch. So I
Okay.
don't know if I'm actually Dutch, but I know for sure that I'm Irish and German.
A little piece, a little bit, maybe.
Maybe a little.
I haven't. Get you. Oh, cheesy gordita crunch sounds so good right now. I can't.
Mm.
I'm too fat. I'm trying to let it go. Maybe later. If I drink, depend. How long do you have tonight? I don't want this to end. I want this to go forever.
I mean, I go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning, but I
Oh
can.
man. I feel bad if you're gonna stay up. Yeah.
I mean, it's only been 30 minutes. We're good.
What time
Everyone's
is it there
okay.
now?
Huh?
What time
I
is
don't
it there?
know.
Is it 8
What
o'clock
time
there?
is it?
8:10?
Hello, wake up.
Are
Wait.
are you in Eastern? Are you in Pacific time or
I'm
are
in
you in?
Colorado, Mountain Time.
Okay. So is that
8:10.
8:10? Oh, okay. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Oh, good. Um,
I've stayed up later.
same, same. So what is it? I think you can. Have you ever gotten a Funko graded or anything graded?
No, I have not. I never done that. But
It's
I just won some hero cards from Kobe on his stream, and I got the Joker, and I kind of want to do that, but I don't know. I just don't know. But I also
um,
have this 90 mint of the Teen Titans card, and I
ooh,
don't know what it would be valued at, but I think it would be kind of cool to get graded just because it's like such a low mint.
yeah, totally. Did you upload it to the app yet?
Oh yeah, I sold it like before the whole bubble burst and everything, like way, way long ago.
Good for
So
you. I
yeah.
still have a couple
Um,
hero packs from San
well, I wish
Diego.
I didn't scan it, honestly. I wish
Yeah,
I saved it for long term, but you live and you learn, you know.
yeah. Well, you still have the physical card. I don't people just like to collect in general, and what I really like about what Vivi's doing is it's not taking away from any of the physical. It's just adding to it. Like I know so many people that now are buying and collecting comic books that never did, and it's like, oh god, this is so cool. Um, have you noticed anything like that? Because I think you got a bunch of these things before you got into Vivi, right?
So I've always liked
Or
Funko Pops, but I've never actually like got any because I was just like, they're just gonna like sit there like I don't really have the room for them, especially when I was like just living in an apartment with a roommate. Like there was no room really to like just display all this cool art. So actually collecting in Vivi kind of prompted me to like just go for these Funkos because I like them. Like, why don't I get them? And now I have this house that I have plenty of room to like fit them in.
yeah,
So yeah, I mean, I've definitely started doing that, but we've got these Legos for forever. We like to build the Legos. Um, but I don't know. I have a couple comics too, but I've never been like super, super duper like heavy in like collecting anything. When I
yeah.
was 4 years old, I was like obsessed with rubber duckies. And I have like
Oh,
a whole storage bin of like different rubber ducks at my mom's house.
did you like Sesame Street as a kid?
I know that's what it was. So I've always been in choir like my whole life. And this rubber ducky song,
I
I
knew it.
sang that. I sang that in school in front of everybody. And like we were all in like towels and we had like the like shower cap had things on. And we were like rubber ducky.
You were the
And like a
one.
bunch of the kids didn't want their ducks, so they gave them to me. And then that's where it started. I was just like, okay, I'll take all these ducks. They're cool. And
Oh,
every time
that's
I went to the
awesome.
store, I was like, ooh, this one's green. Ooh, this one's purple. Ooh, this one has a purse. And yeah, just kept getting them.
That's amazing. My friend Sarah and Sierra, they are in. I was deployed with them. They're in the Air Force as well. They live out in Utah, and there's this bar that they go to that there's a special drink that you order, and they give you a little rubber ducky with the drink. So yeah, so every time they go there, they get like a few, and they take the rubber duckies and bring it back home with them, and then they have this like giant collection of rubber duckies. They sent me a Snapchat one day. I was like, "What the fudge? Like, what do you have so many?"
Dude, that's awesome.
It's so great.
I can't think of where it's at right now, but like there's like the world's largest rubber duck in like some museum somewhere.
Where I
I
want to
can't,
go.
where, okay, here, let me Google it.
We gotta look. All right, we'll both look it up. See who's faster.
Oh man.
I feel like Mike Tyson in Ip Man 3. Let's see who's faster. Um, world's biggest rubber duck.
I
Okay,
feel
thank
like
God
I
I did
just
not.
typed that as you talked it.
Oh, is that the one that's like floating in like the Hudson River?
Yes. Okay. Yeah,
Is
there
it
you
in a
go. That's the
museum?
answer. I don't know. I thought it was in some like
It's
something.
31,500 pounds. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. According to Craig Sembrowski, he's president and owner of the world's largest rubber duck. That's amazing. I love
Yeah.
humanity so much.
I
I
want to
love
go see
people.
it.
I want to also. I don't know where it is.
It
It
doesn't tell
doesn't.
you? I thought you said it was.
Oh, I guess it travels. And the next stop is in Sandusky, Ohio. Oh wait, no,
Okay.
that was in July.
I feel like
Um,
that sounds right, and that's why I was like, where is it? But there, it obviously was based somewhere, and I just wonder where.
I don't know where it's based, but it's going to Two Harbors, Minnesota from August 4th to the 7th, Marquette, Michigan from the 12th to the 14th, and Erie, Pennsylvania, not terribly far away from me, 25th to the 28th in August.
Too bad I'm
Bring the,
landlocked and like can't see that.
yeah, rip, rip and pasta. Zach R says, "You made it, Randy. There's a guy named Randy Chavez. Ha 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 ha. Where were you for the NFT Expoverse today? Met BitBoy, but would have taken Chavez. Thank you. I think the NFT Expoverse is in like LA, and I'm in New York, so I don't. Uh, what are the big cons around you? What do you guys have?
Sorry, what?
What are the big conventions around you? Like, do you have like a Comic Con near you? Do you have like something else con like
So
Alien?
we used to have, it was called Comic Con, and then I don't know, something happened, and now they call it the Fan Expo.
Okay.
But it's pretty much the same thing. It's still like a 3-day event, and you go, and like each day they have like special guests and everything. So it's pretty much like Comic Con. It
Okay.
just happened like last month.
Oh no, did you go?
No,
Oh, that
I don't
face.
know.
It's okay. Next time. Next time. Your
Well, I didn't
nickname.
know it was already here. I thought it came in November usually, but I don't know. My friend was like, "Yeah, we're going this weekend." I was like, "Oh shoot, I didn't even know that it was here."
Maybe there's another one in November, unless they change days. I don't know.
I don't
Um,
know.
your nickname you gave me is very popular with the subscribers saying hello, Big Daddy Randy. It's like one of my favorite ones. There's um I mean I won't get it tattooed on me, but I think at some point I would get something like Chavez tattooed on me. I don't know what. You know
You
how
don't
like
have
Mike.
Chavez tattooed on you already somewhere?
No, somebody else does.
But it's your pride and joy.
It is. It's me. You know how like Mike
Yeah.
Tyson has Mike tattooed on like his right bicep?
Does he? I did
Yeah.
not know that.
Yeah, he has Mike tattooed on there. I should get like Chavez tattooed on there. Like
Yeah. And then just
something like
flex on him. The Chavez.
that. But if I go to like flex on him, then the Chavez on the other side. So I
You
don't.
got to do it on your other bicep.
That's true. I don't have anything there. I have something on this one. That's the
What does it
um
say?
that's a May I Never Be Perfect.
Oh, yeah. I already
That's
asked you that before.
yeah. For those that don't know, that my me and my friend Patty picked our favorite book is Fight Club, and we picked our favorite quote from that book and we wrote it down. So we have each other's like favorite quotes on our favorite quotes written in the other person's handwriting on ourselves. So yeah, good times.
Nice.
You have a couple tattoos. What's your most meaningful tattoo?
Probably my carnation because I got it for my great grandma. They were always her favorite, and so yeah, probably that one. But the one on my shoulders means a lot to me too. It was my first ever tattoo. So it's not done very well, that's for sure. But I was 17 and went and got it done at like somebody's house. But it says, but it says the pain you feel today is the strength you have tomorrow. So I feel like I really do live by that quote.
Yeah.
So that means a lot to me too.
So do you think that because like so I feel like somebody that were to get that quote, you know, the pain you feel today is the strength you have tomorrow, is probably someone that maybe doesn't love pain, but but definitely endures it a lot better than others. And is there some sense of joy? I'm not calling you like a masochist or anything, but is there some sense of joy that you get from having a certain amount of pain, whether it's physical or mental or whatever? That it's like it's all going to be worth it. Like the more pain I take now, the better I'll become. Does your mind work
I
like that?
mean, yeah, I'm always thinking like that, you know. It's the struggles that we go through that make us who we are. It's not just the good times. Um, that like the good times are fun and all, but like that's just our like best selves, I guess.
Yeah.
But really our true selves are the people that we find going through these struggles and overcoming them and learning something new about yourself. Because I feel like I learned something new about myself every struggle I overcome. So it's not like I get a sensation or anything, but I'm always looking for like the light in the dark, you know? I always know that like for every door closed, there's going to be a window open. Like I just always am trying to stay as positive as possible because I know that everything really does happen for a reason. Um, like for example, I'm going to get a little personal, but my parents divorced when I was young. He was an abusive alcoholic. And so we were kind of happy that like he wasn't going to be in our lives anymore. But obviously we were worried that my mom was going to be a single mother raising 5 children on her own.
Yeah.
Financially, that's stressful, not to mention like raising 5 children on your own.
Yeah.
So it was a bittersweet kind of thing. And I was 10 years old when that happened. So I did still understand what was happening, but I would almost like be so mad, like when I was younger, like just wishing so bad that like I had a dad to look up to and like teach me like how a guy's supposed to love a girl and like things like that. But at the same time, I'm so happy that like I didn't have that almost because I had to learn it on my own. And everything that I've gone through has made me who I am today. And like I'm a very strong lover. Like I love strong. And I don't think I would be that way. Like who knows? You never know like how I would be if I
Yeah.
had it, but I can definitely take what I have and appreciate that I'm more independent. I like well I don't really ever like depend on a man or anybody really. I hate even relying on people. To be honest, like I'd rather just do it myself. I'm a do it myself kind of person. So,
Okay.
um, but yeah, so really the struggles make you who you are. So,
I think we're kind of cut from the same cloth in that aspect. Someone could give me like the best advice, and when I was younger, I'd be like, "Listen, it sounds right. You're probably right, but I have to do it this way. And if I'm wrong, I'll learn this lesson better if it happens to me, as opposed to you just telling me." So I get what you're saying 100%. Um, your struggle kind of reminded me of two different quotes. One I know you'll know from Harry Potter, from Dumbledore, saying happiness can be found even in the darkest of times if only one remembers to turn on the light. And the other one was from Natsuki Takaya. She's a mangaka, she's a manga artist and writer for Fruits Basket. And she had once said, or once written for a character, for there to be light, there has to be darkness. What does that quote mean to you?
I love that quote because my thing is we wouldn't see the stars if it was never dark. So yeah, like there's beauty in darkness. There really
Was
is.
that a
Just like
quote that you just quoted, or is that something you just came up with on a whim with your wine
I
brain?
don't know. I've just always said that. I don't know if it's a quote. Maybe I've seen it like on Instagram or something. I don't know, but
There,
wherever I've
there's
seen it or whenever I thought of it, it's definitely stuck because it's true, you know? Like you wouldn't see any of the stars if it never was dark. So gotta
for the
embrace it.
totally, and for the 39 people here, 41 people here, and for the hundreds, if not thousands, that are probably going to watch this, that will probably strike a chord with someone. And like even you've had, and I'm sure you've gotten this before, but just an example right here from Super Rush saying two of the best Veve and OMI homie YouTubers in one stream. What does that mean to you? Starting so recently and already being considered one of the best.
I know, Super Rush is so sweet.
We love Super.
Yeah, he's so nice. But I don't know, like it's really crazy. Like I didn't even think that I didn't know how it was gonna go, you know? You always think the worst going into things. So I'm like, what if I'm never worried if people like me because honestly, if you don't, then that's fine with me. Like we just don't have to talk or whatever. But for me, it's just like I'm a social butterfly. I've always been a social butterfly.
Yeah.
And I've always wanted to just get more in tune with the community. I've been in a couple like Instagram groups, and I've been in Kobe Collects Discord forever, like 3 months into being into Veve. So getting to know the community, one, you learn so much from other people. Two, you get other ideas that like you would have never thought of, and then you get to like go back and forth on that, and it becomes even more amazing than like your original idea, because it's like this person's brain and my brain are like amazing together, you know. So like, yeah, I've always just wanted to really get like more in touch with the community. My YouTube channel isn't like to make money. I mean, obviously if I can, that's cool or whatever, but that's really my goal. I just want to get to know people, and I want to learn a lot from them, and hopefully while people are watching my stream, they can learn some stuff too, and kind of like not really pick, but like I also wanted to help like the new users that come to Veve kind of figure out like what influencers they kind of relate to as well, and like who they would probably rather watch, you know, kind of like just help them find the good community,
Yeah.
I guess, you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know.
I feel, I one of my so this, I don't think this was if this was said before I came up with it. I came to it like independently. When I was younger, I thought of people as like condiments, you know, like mustard, mayonnaise, and peanut butter, whatever. And the reason, oh Loki, the reason why I thought of that is because when I was younger, for whatever reason, I like convinced myself that I didn't like peanut butter, even though that I'd never had it before. And then when I was like 7 or 8 or something, I finally like I was over like a friend's house, my friend Peter, and his mom made peanut butter sandwiches. And I wanted to be, I didn't want to be like a baby. So like, ew, I don't eat that. So I was like, okay, good. I'm just gonna scarf this down. I'm just gonna YOLO. And then I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, and since then I wanted to put peanut butter on everything, whether it would be on like pizza or tacos or whatever, because I wanted to see what
What?
combination. Yeah,
Those
because I
two
wanted to see what
things are a little wild.
I've had it pretty much on everything. Like peanut butter on a burger, especially with a fried egg. Girl, let me
What?
tell you. Oh yeah, it's amazing. Like so put like a fried egg on a burger and then put peanut butter on the top bun and then put it on there and it's so good.
So you're probably gonna think I'm a weirdo, but whatever. Who doesn't? I don't like. I don't really like maple syrup.
Okay.
So I eat my pancakes with butter or peanut
Okay.
butter,
Fair.
and with like powdered sugar or like peanut butter and bananas. And I'm telling you, that's way better than syrup. Like,
Yeah, that's like a thing. Like peanut butter and bananas. That's like a people have that as like a meal, right?
it's bomb. Yeah, I mean, have you ever had an Elvis Presley sandwich?
Wait, what's an Elvis Presley sandwich?
Okay, so it's just bread, and then you take marshmallow cream, and you
Okay.
put that on there, and then you
Okay.
put, well, probably put the peanut butter first, because the marshmallow cream will spread over that easily easier.
Yeah.
And then you cut banana, and then you just put like a chocolate sauce on it. And then I think that he used to add pickles too sometimes, which I don't eat that. That's gross. But all the other stuff is fire.
Good. Good. I forget where I was going. Oh yeah, so the original quote that I at least thought of myself was that every person that I have met had taught me something, and then like a few years after that, because I did, because I think every person I have an interaction with, it's like a condiment and another condiment. It's like a hot sauce and mayo, or it's like honey and like mustard. Oh, honey mustard, so good. Um, and
I know I don't like mustard.
even honey mustard.
Some honey mustards, I'm picky.
Okay,
Some are
that's
too
fine.
sweet. Tell me not. They are.
Do you not like honey? I know you don't like syrup, but do you?
I love honey.
Oh, okay, good. But that's sweet. Um, so the what I was getting at is every human that I come to interact with produces these interesting various outcomes. Most times, or I feel like a lot of times good. Most times, like okay, whatever. And then sometimes, every now and then, maybe not so good. But there's a few people like my friend Justin, my friend Phil, you, my friend Ashley, friend Kara. Like there's a bunch of people that I just I feel like we produce this awesome outcome where our minds are just so not the same. I guess I don't know, similar is not the right word. I guess in sync where we kind of like have some similar experiences and have some similar interests and just build off that. So just thank you for coming on because this is I don't want to say this is a rare occasion, but it kind of is for me. So thank you. And then I ran to fun. There's a quote by one of the Doctor Who's that says because he's a time traveler and sometimes he has to go and fix things for the mess of the timeline, saying that I've never ran into somebody that wasn't important because it's like that the butterfly effect, like just the random flap of a butterfly's wings can affect everything. What's one thing that you did or haven't done that drastically affected the course of your life, for better or worse?
So I went into high school and I told myself I would not get a boyfriend because that's just distracting me from sports and school and I won't do it. So I go my whole freshman year without dating any boys and talking to boys.
Good.
And then of course, I think it was the last month of school, I started talking to this guy and then we got in a relationship and I was in that relationship all throughout high school. And that would be, I guess, okay if it was a healthy relationship, but it was not at all. Very toxic. Breaks all the time and stupid young relationships crap. So sometimes I look back and I'm like, dang, if I just stuck to my guns and didn't do that, where would I be today? But
well, did that
again,
distract you from things that you wanted to do, like sports and did you not do sports because that would impede with time with my boyfriend?
I definitely played basketball still because I was all about basketball. But before, when I was in middle school, I was in track and basketball and soccer. And so I was just athletic all seasons. I was playing something,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I didn't play soccer at all except for my freshman year. And then I only played basketball because he played basketball too. So I was like, okay, that works. We'll just both be in basketball now. Yeah, I don't know. But I also learned a lot about how I want to be loved. So at the same time, like I said, you got to find the bright side in it. And I wasn't the 20-year-old that was like, I've never been in love. Have you ever met the 20-year-old that's never been in love before? So I'm kind of glad I wasn't doing it when I was 20 either. But
yeah,
you always have to go through that. So, but
yeah, I
could have probably had a way better high school experience without it.
You might have. I mean, I think socialization for kids is very important. But I know it's impossible to say this to kids because teens just want to do their own thing. They have to step out of the world and they have to learn. They have to make mistakes. But again, I think dating is important. But dating one person so seriously at that time is just. And every now and then it happens. You marry your high school sweetheart.
Why am I ready to be a wife as a freshman? What the hell is wrong with me? I wish I had somebody what's wrong with you? But
I mean, I also feel like the only people that can tell kids, teens do that is not even people maybe in their late 20s, but I feel like in their late teens, early 20s that have already done it and be like, listen, it's like when you're 19 or 20 and you're talking to this 15-year-old that's they're smoking and you're smoking, be like, listen, I've been smoking for 5 years. It's freaking awful. It's horrible. It's a money waster. It's whatever. Kid, I'm older. I'm the cool person. Don't freaking do it. I feel like dating is fine, but dating one person, and you can't.
Did you ever smoke, Randy? Cigarettes?
No, never. No, I never smoked cigarettes. Well, when I was younger, I was a boxer, so I was straight edge. I didn't drink. I didn't do anything crazy.
I just know a lot of Marine boys that didn't even smoke until they were in the Marines because that's all they had to do. So I don't know. I was just curious.
Yeah, I didn't drink till I was in the military, And when it was so strange because that's what people did. Like when I got in, I remember the first holiday I think was Cinco de Mayo. Like when I was at base, like I went to basic training and like Christmas, and I went through Valentine's Day and tech school and stuff like that. But it was Cinco de Mayo where I come back from work. It's like a 12-hour shift, and in the dorms where we're all at, people that didn't have work were going crazy. Like there was a person in a Big Bird suit running up and down the hall screaming, "I killed Sirius Black, I killed," like in the Big Bird like accent. And I was like, what the fudge is going on? Like, did I step into some like alternate universe when I was at work and I came back to there was a chicken in the day room playing Pong, and I was like, I don't know what went on. Like nobody told me.
Why are there are all these big birds?
I don't know. It was like we go through so many briefings in the military, and they're all about like, I don't want to say stupid stuff because they're all are kind of important, but there should be like a class like one day like, hey, here's what to expect. People are going to get wild. You are going to get hazed. This is what to expect. And it's like I wish that was a thing, and it's not, and it should be. I have to call up Chief Master Sergeant Base. I'd be like, girl, listen, you got to implement these. So that's what it was. Like you would
Well, they
come home
can't tell you because then it won't be the same. It's like a prank, you know? If I like tell you, hey, one day I'm going to prank you, you'll just be waiting for it. I can't tell you, or it's not going to be the same.
there were people literally tied to two mattresses. So I was in what's called the aeroport. The 2T2 is air transportation, and we would tie down equipment to the aircraft. Like so, one of the things I did, and this is why I did not watch Agents of Shield, is because they put like a random car onto like a C-17, put it onto an aircraft, and they didn't tie it down. When the aircraft takes off, if it's flying, that car is going to be going every which way. So that took me completely out of it. So that's what we do. We drive vehicles on the aircraft and we tie them down, with with straps and stuff to make sure they don't go anywhere. So what these, I don't know how security forces wasn't called. We had like a 3-story building, and this one dude was tied to 4 mattresses, like mattress in front and back, like, and was thrown off the building, and I was like, oh no freaking way! It was absolutely wild. I forget where I was going with this. I just all the 4 stories.
Well, that's still wild though. Like what?
Yeah. What were we talking about before we got onto that?
Um,
Love, not him dating, and oh yeah. So I don't get why some parents. I see it a lot on. There's a subreddit called Asian Parents, and I see a lot of, and it's not just Asian parents. My parents try to be the same way. That you don't let your kid date like all through high school, and you don't even want them dating like when they're older. And it's like, how are they supposed to grow as like a human? How are they like if you're not
I feel
dating?
like that's just like people like that are religious, really. No?
There's probably a lot of them that are like that. Yeah. My parents were not religious, or again, I was adopted. So
You cannot give yourself up until you are married, sir.
oh, that boat sailed a long time ago.
Same.
Yeah. You said you were like a little scoundrel when you were younger, right? Like, so kudos to your mom, who sounds like the strongest woman ever. Because you said you were out sneaking out, you were doing some bad stuff. Like, tell us about that.
Yeah, I was. Well, it's because my mom, like, this is horrible to say, but my mom didn't feel bad, or my mom felt too bad to like punish us because my dad was so bad to us previously.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't even spank us or like really ground us. Like she just didn't have any discipline at all. So I knew I could just like get away with murder, Like that's how I
Yeah.
felt. I'm just like, whatever, like I could do what I want. I'm an adult, kids in their minds. And so, well, at first I was very helpful when they first divorced. I was like helping her like keep the house clean, wake up the kids so they could get ready for school because my mom worked overnight shifts and she wouldn't get home until 6 o'clock in the morning, so she would be exhausted. So I would like get up early and like get ready so that I could wake up my brothers and sisters and walk them up to the school bus and everything like that. And so I was very helpful for like the first, I want to say like 2.5 years. And then of course now I'm getting into high school and I want to go do, no, it was actually like 8th grade-ish, you know. I want to go have fun with my friends. I want to go like do what I want to do. But like my mom has like leaned on me now so much for my help that she would get mad that I didn't want to do it sometimes, you know? And then that made me mad because it's like, well, what the heck? Like I have an older sister and you just let her do whatever she wants. Like why can't I, you know? So it was kind of like a like, oh, I'm gonna get back at you kind of thing. I don't know. Like I don't know, but so yeah, my mom would say no, and then I'd be like, fine, whatever. Then she would go to work because she worked overnight, and then I would just go sneak out and do what I wanted to do. And I got a fair share of curfew tickets, and I had to like sit in this class for like 2 hours about just really stupid stuff. Honestly, I was like, this is pointless. Just like about being responsible and like everything like that. I don't know, like making smart decisions when you're young and everything. But my mom didn't know that I was already like selling weed too at that time in like 8th grade summer. But I always hung at the skate park. I was a little skate girl when I was younger.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. And so I just got into like a bad scene. I didn't go to a very good school, and so I didn't have very good like role models or anything around me or anything. You know, we were just kind of all like hoodlums, just roaming, doing whatever we pleased, I guess. Yeah, I got a ticket for tagging on something when I was 15 years old, and I could have went to juvie, but my uncle had like a really good lawyer, and I didn't have to do that, so that was cool. So yeah, I don't know. I got in my fair share of trouble, especially when I was younger. I was definitely a little rebel kid. And then it's, of course, like I graduated when I was 17 years old. And so like once I was graduating and everything, you kind of look back on everything you've done. And I like even went up to my mom and I apologized for like treating her the way I did for like those years. And like I realize now that I was just like an ignorant kid that had no respect, and I was sorry and everything. So we're good now. Like we have a very good relationship. Because she was never strict or like anything like that, I would say we're very like close friends, you know?
Good.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I wasn't the best kid, but I'm good now.
I think
I got everything out of my system when I was young. I was just like, love life, fucking almost jail time and everything. I'm like, young. Okay, now I'm an adult and this actually can be held against me. Like, okay, maybe I'll like strap it up and like do better.
So yeah, tell me some interesting things about that. What is tagging? I'm not sure what that is. You said you almost got you got a ticket for tagging. You got in trouble for that.
So just like like having a paint marker and just like drawing on stuff, or like having like spray cans, you know, and just like going
graffiti.
Like tagging up something.
And then what state were you in when this was all going down?
Colorado. I've lived here my whole life.
So Colorado has a curfew law for teens?
Oh yeah. Okay,
because that was one of my first.
I don't know anymore. Like currently, I have no idea now, but back then they definitely did.
What part of Colorado?
Anytime past 10 o'clock. Denver and Inglewood and like all the cities that are like big. Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know in New York there is nothing like that. New York goes wild. New York goes crazy, especially on like Halloween or like mischief night. Yeah, went wild. It was nuts.
I mean, as long as I had a parent with me, I'd be okay. But I didn't have parents with me. It was just a bunch of young kids running around. So yeah, we got in trouble for being out too late.
There was this thing called the
Did your parents know where you are, man? No? Are you going to tell them? Of course you are.
That only happened until you were 18, though, right? After 18, you didn't have to do. Okay, all right, good.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was like a smoking or drinking thing. Oh, until 21, after 19.
No. I don't know. I'm sure, like I said, I was very young, like 8th grade, so I could only imagine like how little I was. Like a cop
Oh yeah.
driving past us at like 10 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night. Like, hold on, why is this tiny child walking around? You know? So,
I could imagine.
yeah.
There's, I remember, although I do remember in 2010, I was 19, and I had, like, so I'd moved out of my parents' place at this point, and Walmart would not sell me eggs because it was like the day before Halloween. I was like, what? Like, I'm on my own. Like, there's like, no, you're not 21. You can't get eggs because they worried about teens like going. And I was
Egging.
like, I was like,
Yeah.
I live on my own. Like, I like, are you? So I went to my friend Muhammad's place where his dad ran a like a little shop where it was kind of like a 7-Eleven, but like a
Like a
crappier version.
convenience store.
Yeah, like a market and yeah, convenience store. And so I went there, like I drove a little while and he's like, it's like, yeah, they don't sell me eggs. Like, yeah, just get some eggs here. It's fine. It's like, okay. Because like I don't know if they have that anymore, but yeah, if you weren't 21, you couldn't buy eggs like the night before Halloween. I was like, this is insane. Like
Huh.
on my own, I just want some eggs. Like I'm not sleeping.
I guess I've never like tried to buy eggs before Halloween, so I wouldn't know. But
There's
I
no.
wonder if they would let you buy toilet paper. Is that like off the menu too? Because I can like go TP someone's house.
That's a good point. I don't know. Maybe get shaving cream as well. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know.
Or forks. Have you heard of forking someone's yard?
Oh, where you take like 1,000 forks and you just.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never done that. I just think that's hilarious. Like who would even take the time? I don't know.
There was I forget what the show was called. It was on MTV where it was like the best senior pranks or whatever. And they would go and they would say like all the pranks that they did. One of them was forking. One other, there was this girl that decided that she was going to convince or she was going to tell everyone that she was pregnant. So she started eating like 2 lunches. She started like buying like maternity clothes and wearing like little things under her to make her look pregnant, just as a social experiment to see what people would do. The rumors that were flying was wild. I don't know what this was called. Someone, 55 people here, comment down below if you remember that show on MTV like 15, maybe 20 years ago. Um, what were some of the senior pranks that happened at your school?
Oh, for me, my senior year, I didn't even get a prank our school because we were going through construction my whole entire senior year.
Yeah.
So we were like in I guess trailers, you know, like I don't know if you've ever been through like a school transfer or like when they're doing construction, but they like just like rent out like a bunch of trailers and like the classrooms are trailers. And so that was my senior year. So I didn't even get a prank to school at all. That was really lame.
Oh,
But because my older sister um and I were so close back in the day when she was graduating, she invited me to come mess up her school and they got in so much trouble. So like they put soap, like dish soap, all on the floor, and then they took a hose and like wet the floor so it was all super soapy and watery. And then they took freaking toothpaste and they like wrote letters in toothpaste on the glass. And like I don't know if you know, but apparently like it's super hard to get toothpaste off of glass once it's like on there like with no water
yeah,
like it's not like watered down, it's just like straight paste. So
yeah.
like they like damaged windows, there was like broken doors. They my sister's class, I wasn't even in high school yet, so
Yeah.
I was in 8th grade. And so my sister's class all had to like have this big meeting in the auditorium about like how much damage they did to the school and how it was the worst year that's ever happened. And yeah, dude, it was it
Did
was
it say how
bad.
much? Like how
Huh?
much damage? Like probably like how much cost?
Dude, if I remember correctly, it was like 80 grand in damage because they had busted windows, busted doors, like
Oh
dude,
my
I'm not even
goodness.
joking you. Like, since they put the soap on the floors, obviously, like there's cracks under the doors. It got on the gym floor. They had to redo some of the gym floor in there. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, dude, they so messed up that school. Like bad, bad. Not in a
Jeez.
prank funny way, in like a I'm gonna destroy you because I hate you way almost.
Yeah, Jesus, that. Oh my God, that
Yeah.
sounds.
It was fun
Ooh.
while doing it, but of course, after you seen the school afterwards, you were like, damn, maybe we did go a little hard.
I forget who did it. I forget what's. Oh, it was my friend George. I think he went to this place called Island Trees, where before their home, and I wish my school was this nerdy. Before their homecoming, the soccer field and the football field was played, like on the same thing. So there was, even though there was like lines for the football field, it was the day before homecoming. The soccer field was still there, so they had like a giant circle. So they made it a Pokemon stadium. At night, they took like a bunch of paint. They painted the middle being like a Pokeball. They painted Pokemon in the end zones. I was like, that is so freaking cool.
I would keep it that way.
Yeah.
Why even change it?
I think they might have kept it for the day, but they didn't. They wound up washing it afterwards. I was like, oh, that sounds so cool.
No, new mascot's Pikachu. We're changing everything. School's colors are yellow now. Like,
yeah. My friend Meg, I just got back from a birthday dinner. She's a teacher, and she, when the kids have like study time or read time or downtime, she'll play music from like Pokemon or Legend of Zelda, just like background music for people to like listen to. And that's something about younger teachers now that are doing cool things that we just never. I feel like when I was young, every teacher looked like a female version of like Sylvester Stallone. Like they were just old and they were just I don't know. It just that's what they look like. And like when I was younger, I don't know. When you were 50, you were like dead, And
dude,
then
I had like a handful of hot teachers.
Really?
Girls and guys.
You're what? 26, 27? How old are you? 26. Okay. I mean, there is a 5-year age difference. Maybe that changed. I remember having a couple in high school that were like, okay, you're not bad. I had one in middle school too. And now that I think about it, I did have a few like that, but I feel like most teachers, especially when I was super young, they were just like old and like tired and like defeated. And
defeated.
They just looked like they've given up on life. Like life had just sucked the energy out of them. Like their careers.
They're just thinking, why did I choose this career? They're just like, is it retirement yet? They get really good pay after all of it. Like teachers get pretty good, well taken care of. I mean, I guess in Colorado, I don't know about your state, but they have pretty good pension or whatever, like, or retirement set for them. So I feel like when you choose that career, it's like you deal with like the bare minimal to like have more later when you're a teacher, for sure.
Yeah, in my I forget who it was. It depends on what district. My friend Jen was not. I mean, she was a teacher. She had certification stuff, but she was a librarian in this place called, I think, district called Jericho, where they had this thing where every like 2 or 3 credits after your master's is like an extra $1,000 a year for you. So teachers would be like, okay, let me go and take like 15 credits at this community college or whatever.
Yeah.
And they would just like every one of their teachers in this Jericho school district are making like 6 figures, like by the time they're like 30, 35 years old, and they're just stacking. They get paid in summer. They go.
Why not?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. All the teachers here complain that they don't make enough money. So.
Well, they probably don't have that thing. I mean, and that's just in that one district. I mean, if you teach in New York City, you're poor. You're just it's rough. I forget what we were talking about before this. I had a point to make. It's gone now.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. It was my friend May that was playing all these like songs, like the like Pokemon and Legend of Zelda songs. Is there a video game song that as soon as you hear it, you're just like, oh, like you just.
There you go.
I love you so much, dude. I can't wait to like drink and hang with you. Dude, we should get like some type of tattoos together, whether Nintendo or like Harry Potter. I don't have a Harry Potter tattoo yet. I don't believe. No, I do have this Lucius Malfoy cane with Lucius
That's
Malfoy
cool.
wand from Harry Potter
What?
World. Yeah, but I don't have a
Dude,
Harry
that's
Potter.
so cool.
It was 2019. So my friend Jill, we just
How have I
I
not seen this before? You just like
I
have it
yeah I
at
haven't
hand to like
I,
just whip it out.
yeah I haven't shown it in a while, but this is I forget what he calls his wand staff thing.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
know the name of it.
I forget. We're bad Harry Potter fans. Ugh, ugh.
I'm
Um,
not as big of Harry Potter fan as you are.
what was that? Anemone?
And then me.
Well, I say we should get tattoos. Maybe not Harry Potter, but have you been to Harry Potter World?
Dude, no, I want to go so bad.
Dude, you have to come one day. So not only is it just amazing in general, like Universal, like so you have to like if you don't know what's in Universal, you might think like this is it. There's some like Minion stuff and Cat in the Hat stuff and Simpson stuff, but you have to keep walking in order to get to Harry Potter
The
World.
good
And then there's
stuff.
two different parks. There's
Oh,
Diagon Alley, and so in 2016, I went with my friend Kim. I love her, one of my best friends in life, and we have good conversations too. And the day before we got there, like to the park, we were in Florida. We were in a Waffle House. I remember, and we got the news that Alan Rickman had passed away, Snape. And I was like, oh no. I was like, Alan Rickman, Snape just passed away. She's like, what? So we didn't know what to. So we knew we were going to Harry Potter the next day, and I wish I would have thought of this. I don't know if it was on a Facebook group, but when we got in Diagon Alley, there's like a potions classroom, or there's like a potions shop. You can't go in it. That part wasn't you couldn't go in. But in front of that, everyone they weren't planting. They were just laying lilies, like the flower. They were laying lilies to by the doorstep because he loved Lily Potter. And I was like, oh my god, this is I was crying like this
that's
is like
so precious. I
I
love
know
that.
this is the sweetest freaking thing. I was like, oh, there's like Kim, don't look at me. That was,
Look at me.
but yeah, that was my first time at Harry Potter World, and we made the mistake of like not drinking. But the next time we went is like a day or two later. I was wearing these cargo pants, and we snuck those little airplane bottle alcohols in. That was really fun. But there's Diagon Alley, which is cool. And then there's Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade is wild. Hogsmeade is just they have Gringotts Bank there. They have like they have a fire breathing dragon. It's so cool. There's so many rides. You have to go.
I know. So I went to Disney World
Hmm.
a few years ago, 3 years ago or something like
Yeah,
that. Um I bought the tickets initially for me and my ex-boyfriend. His family was out in Florida, and we were dating for about 8 months at the time when I bought these tickets. And
yeah,
so I purchased 4 tickets, me, him, his brother, and his friend, because they're all from Florida, and
yeah.
they were supposed to pay me back and everything. And then literally, I think it was like 3 weeks after I purchased the tickets and we planned to go to Disney World so I could like go to Florida, meet his family, and like do Disney.
Yeah.
We broke up.
And you didn't go. You didn't use the tickets for yourself.
So the tickets when you buy them for Disney World are good for a year. And
Okay.
so I was like, well, I have 4 tickets. I guess I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And so it was literally like the last month I could use these tickets. And I'm just like, who wants to go with me? Like, stop being lame, you guys. Like, somebody just come to Florida with me. And then my roommate at the time was like, let's go. Like, why wouldn't we? And that's when I was finally dating Austin. So we went.
Yeah.
Me, her, and her friend, and Austin all went to Disney World. It was the first time I seen the ocean because that was the first time I got
Oh
out.
yeah.
Yeah, and so I got to see the ocean. I got to go to Disney World, and we went and like kayaked with these manatees, and that was super cool experience. So I like feel like I just like knocked 3 birds out with like one stone. It was great. But then everybody asked me, why as a grown adult did you pick Disney World over Universal? I'm like, screw off, okay? Because I'm a huge Disney nerd and I've never been in Disney World and I've always
Yeah.
wanted to since I was yay high, this little child. So I never thought I could. And when I bought the tickets and I had them, I knew I could. So, you know,
Yeah.
so yeah, I don't know, but I want to go to Universal for sure too. It's definitely on the bucket list for sure.
Yeah,
And
Disney's
I need to
great.
go to Disneyland too. I heard that Disneyland's almost cooler than Disney World, which I don't know if I believe that, but ride wise.
I'd say maybe
But
Disney World is bigger in Florida, but Disneyland's cool too. They got a lot of golden moments out there. I want to get. I think for Designer Con, we're all getting there on like Wednesday, so that on Thursday we can go to Disney World and then or Disneyland, and then on Friday we'll go to the con. And, we'll all leave on Monday. So yeah.
that'll be a blast.
So totally come if you can. You'll definitely get there. We'll definitely make sure you get there. So the swimming with the kayaking with manatees, right? That's what you did.
Yeah.
What was that like? Because those things are huge.
It was so cool. So like first we're like just paddling for like, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes and we don't see any of them, We're just like, where are you, sea cows? Like we want to see you. And literally as I'm saying that, my friend Cassie looks down in the water and she's like, we're right over one. We're right over one. And she was like, they were like the shared kayak. So her and her friend were in one and Austin and I were in the other one. So like we like slowly paddled up and like as we paddled up, her face like came up and looked right at me and then came back down and I was like, oh, we seen them. And then while she like went under the boat and like kept going, I like put my hand under and like pet her. It was so cool, dude. I'm telling you, it was like such a cool experience. And then when we started getting closer to like the shore more than like the open water, they just like hang out in these little like what are they called? Like a little cove or whatever, like I don't know. Yeah, there's just a little area. They would just like all be laying in there, and so it was so cool. Honestly, like Disney World was awesome, so I'm not gonna say it was better than Disney World, but it was definitely one of the best parts of the experience of Florida for sure. I love Colorado too. Who was that?
That was Randy Chavez. Yeah, I guess
That's your freaking poser profile. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking, Randy.
That was fun. Yeah. I don't know if there's anyone that. Yeah, I don't know of any other state that has like. I think some do when there's like a crazy event that's happening, like if there's like a school shooting or whatever, they might have a curfew. But I don't know. I feel like we've never. The only time I think we had a curfew was in like 2020 when and of course curfews weren't enforced because there was a fraction of the BLM movement, obviously not the whole thing, but a part of it that was protesting, but they were really like throwing like Molotov cocktails and like burning stuff down.
Yeah.
That's when there were like curfews, but again, like they couldn't enforce it. So like people were like trying to defend their businesses. It was wild in New York at that time. So I was interested in the manatees. One, because I love all animals and sea cows are great.
Yes.
But do you know how the legend of the mermaid first came into being?
Yes, I do.
That's amazing. I love that you know that. I feel like I was
I
like
hate Christopher Columbus. No, I'm just kidding. But
I feel like I was like Lord Elrond, like how the orcs first came into being, like they were elves once. No, so yeah, I was curious to see like how big are how much do you think they weigh? Are they like 500 pounds, 300 pounds? What's the
Oh dude, have you ever seen a walrus in person, like at the zoo?
Not in person. I don't think. And like maybe the wild thornberries where they like try maybe draw to the scale. Yeah, they're pretty big.
Seal. Okay. So imagine a seal twice as big.
Oh my God, that's huge. I don't know how they did that back in the day. That seems so wild. They're huge. They could crush you.
They're definitely like if they were to stand up, I feel like it would be like from fin to head, like holding this thing. It would at least be 2 inches taller than me, and I'm 5'7".
Yeah, you're a tall girl. That's why you were in basketball. You're a tall gal. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, before I think the 14th century or 15th century, there was no such thing as sex dolls, and there was a bunch of randy sailors and pirates on the sea that would be boinking these animals because their genitalia is very similar. And then when people like Christopher Columbus or Henry Hudson or whoever would see these creatures that were like kind of have like the head of a human, they looked human, but their bottom was all fish-like. They think, oh, that must be the offspring of all these randy sailors and pirates getting it on with these sea cows. And I don't know what they saw. I'm trying to figure out, like, are mermaids real? Do you think they're real? No?
No.
Why not?
Why don't I?
Yeah, why don't you think it's possible?
Well, genetically, we can't, like, if you had sex with a horse, you don't come out with like what are they called? A Leonard or whatever?
Oh, I know what you're talking. Yeah, the things that are in Harry
I don't know.
Potter. And yeah,
The horse
I know what
people.
you're talking.
You don't come out with a horse person.
Centaurs.
You couldn't get pregnant because we have different chromosomes.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
No.
Even humans and like apes couldn't. Or there was
like bestiality. You can't produce children from that.
Yeah, no.
You can't.
So
it's
I'm not
scientifically impossible.
Agreed. There's no evidence of that. I think there was evidence of a human and gorilla thing splicing in like the 40s when the Soviets were trying to make like these super soldiers, but like it didn't take. I don't know, but the reason why I was saying that it doesn't have to be from that. It doesn't have to be from walruses and humans, but there is this theory that when we were all like evolving like years ago, there was a bunch of apes or whatever we were. It's called the Aquatic Ape Theory. There's a bunch of apes that were just on land, and there were a bunch of apes that stayed by the ocean because, oh, hey, there's sea life here. You can get lobster and you can get clams and oysters, and you can actually use tools to catch fish. Like there's evidence of orangutans hanging onto vines and using spears and catching fish that way. So there's a theory that there's part of us in our ancestry that we're staying around these waters, and that's why a lot of these modern day humans we can hold our breath longer than most other mammals, and we can, we have like that collapsible rear cage, why we can dive, and there's that's why we have like slightly like webbed fingers. If you look at like chimpanzees, they don't have that little like webbing that we have.
Well, and then some people are born with that too.
Oh, there's some people that are born with like super web stuff.
Yeah, like webbed toes and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and they cut them.
Do they cut them?
Yeah. I mean, most people do.
I mean, obviously, you probably don't want to walk around with like webbed hands. I feel like I would be like, okay, cool. I'm definitely going to the Olympics for swimming.
Yeah,
like, let's
you'd
go.
be a great swimmer. Like that's like Michael Phelps material with his like double jointed shoulders. Yeah.
Who needs to shave their whole body when they have fins?
Yeah, that's like that. So I love that theory, the aquatic ape theory, where that's where the mermaids kind of came from, where there was just a section of us that evolved into being mermaids, over like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years.
I love fantasy, so I'll roll with it. I like to think that like Greek mythology came from somewhere, like, I mean, not to stomp on anybody's that's religious toes. If you believe in the Bible, why is Greek mythology not real? I mean, why? Tell me not. Why is it not real?
Dude, if Greek mythology is
Randy,
real,
I have to go grab my charger real quick. 2 seconds.
Yeah, go. I'll entertain everybody while you go do the thing. Julie, do the thing. Everyone comment down below if you've seen Legend of Korra. So good. News Marijuana says, sounds like that scene from that movie 10. Oh, I don't know that movie. 10 Things I Hate About You. That was with the prissy guy from A Knight's Tale, Heath Ledger. I know he's best known as the Joker, but I couldn't think of that while I was a little tipsy. So I said the prissy guy from A Knight's Tale. I'm sorry, Heath. I love you. You're brilliant. You're brilliant. It was a beautiful performance he did. We put a VW Beetle in the indoor swimming pool. But that was the 80s. Dude, the 80s. I am so curious. There was this woman. It's my friend Meg's dad's girlfriend that was there. That was she said, like, I was wearing a Disney shirt that a Patreon member got for me. Had all the Disney villains on it. It was so cool. And she says, "Oh, what's on your shirt?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a bunch of Disney villains. There's Gaston, there's Cruella, there's a bunch of people there. Piglet wasn't on there, but he should have been. Some of you might know why." And I was like, oh, what's on your shirt? There's like, she was wearing a dress, like there's like these psychedelic flowers, like a kaleidoscope. She's like, oh, I'm a hippie. Like, look, I have this chain with a heart on it, total hippie. And I was thinking, like, the amount, like, I would have, maybe not so much, because apparently in the 60s and 70s, there was a whole lot of racism. Like, apparently now, you know, there's still a little bit of it. You know, I see it every once in a while. Not as much as, like, maybe, let's say, like, Black people or Indians or whatever. But apparently in the 60s and 70s, people were like racist AF. Like, if you're living in a timeline where, you know, blacks and whites can't get married, that's a pretty racist timeline in my opinion. So, but I feel like the 60s and 70s, like the birds, to every season turn, turn. Like, I feel like the music was great and just everyone just loved each other. Obviously that wasn't true, but it's just the feeling that I get that in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, there's just so much awesomeness, so much. I would have loved to be young in that timeline just to experience it for like a month, maybe 2 months, maybe a year. I don't know. Did you hear any of what I was saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
AirPods, they're amazing.
So you, as a mostly, I think, white woman, um, and could go to any decade and still be, you know, like good and not discriminated against. What time period do you think you would be in? At least in America, you could choose, like, I guess Asia, you could choose England, but generally,
So
what
I
time
hate
period?
this answer because I know that women didn't really have rights then.
Oh, that's
But
a
I
good
always,
point.
but the Roaring Twenties, one because their outfits were so cute, like coming off. Um, but also it would be like, how cool would it be to be part of that historical movement? You know, I think that
Because
would be cool to be like fighting for my rights and like, you know, being the woman that like got thrown in a police car because I was like, take me to jail before you don't let me do what I want to do. I deserve to work. I deserve to be a human without a man, you know? So
yeah,
yeah, I feel like the Roaring Twenties for sure. The whole like oh, the whole like
yeah, the strong
what's her
woman. Yeah,
name?
I
Wow,
forget.
dude,
Oh,
what's her name? That's gonna
I
bother.
almost never have my supernatural tattoo showing. My
Oh, what is
anti-demon possession tattoo.
that?
Excuse me.
But yeah, the Roaring Twenties would be cool. I think
So every now
you
and
get
then,
to go like find all the cool speakeasies and stuff. Like I don't know, the Roaring Twenties would be cool, honestly.
there's a speakeasy near me. If you're ever in Long Island, totally have to take you. There's a speakeasy. I don't know what the password is. You could probably look it up online. And you knock on the door, and then there's like there's like a karaoke bar in there, and it's amazing. It's awesome. I haven't gone in quite a while, but it's so cool. It's, you feel like, I mean, you don't have to dress up, but and normally I don't like dressing up, but if I'm gonna dress up, I'm gonna I'm gonna heck and dress up. Um,
I'm
yeah,
going all the way.
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
cool.
I don't know if you've seen my interview with Wendy. Yeah, you were there. I had my little like vintage curl in my hair. I used to
I
do like
love that.
Marilyn Monroe styles and like pinup looks all the time, especially when my hair was brown. I just felt like it looked the best when it was brown for sure, because then you could get away with like the beehive without it looking messy and stuff like that. Um, I just don't have time. I wake up so early in the morning and like, who am I doing this for? You know, like
Yeah, so you have to be at work at 5, or you have to wake up at 5?
I wake up at 5 and get to work by 6.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I gotta say, if you had to be at work at 5, and then it's already like, you know, a
Oh,
little past
tomorrow
9.
tomorrow I'm going in at 5. Yeah, I start at 5.
Oh God, I'm
Because
so
I
sorry.
mean, I don't have to. It's by choice. It's just to get overtime, and if I go before 5, then I have time to get home before the drop. So,
Listen,
you know, priorities.
I know. Listen, I promise. You know, stay up with me a little bit tonight. I will make it up to you. 100% will make it up to you. I
That's
know
fine.
it's just that promise of like when Omi moons, or doesn't even have to moon, just has to go up a little bit. I promise I'll make it up to you.
Okay.
For the likes, there's I forget what the quote is, but it's something like, though you'll know how those who love you when they give up sleep for you, or you know you love someone when you give up sleep for them. And that might not mean too much to some people, but for people that are working like hard and they're doing overtime and they're giving up sleep for you, which is detrimentally important to them, I recognize that as like making you eligible for like sainthood, because that's,
Oh.
yeah.
I mean, I just love chatting with you. We always like have a good time. I don't even realize like how long we're going until I actually look up at like the red time and I'm just like, oh, okay, like we've already been talking for an hour. That's crazy. It feels like 30 minutes, you know? That's why our first interview together, like our first actual like in-depth conversation lasted 2 hours long. Like, I mean, I've
And
messaged you a couple times like during your streams and a couple times like individually just like asking you about your opinion on stuff. Um, and then after having your interview, like I was nervous, super nervous, so I did not expect it to go that long. I thought that you were probably gonna be like, okay, when is this girl like gonna stop asking me questions? Like I'm ready to go. You know? Um, yeah, the vibe is real.
yeah, no, I love that. So I love that because you had messaged me, yeah, like I said, a couple times before that, like not even asking for an interview. It's like, hey, what do you think about this? And just why why a lot of times that I answered, is because one, I love talking about this. I feel like Lindsay Lohan in Mean Girls, where she's like, I always want to talk about Regina George, and if I'm not talking about Regina George, I'm waiting for somebody else to bring up Regina George. That's like me with Veve. And
Same.
I know that's like the
Same.
stupidest.
No, I feel that 100% through and through.
Great movie. I can't wait for October 3rd so I can post that meme. Um, but
That's why I was
there's
so happy. Sorry to cut you off, but that's why I was so happy when my friend Abby joined Veve with me because that's the only person at work. I'm always talking about Veve and my NFTs, and I'm always like, you guys just have to go get one. Just go pick up one. There's so much stuff on the app. Might as well just pick up one and see what it does. Like, why not? You know, I'm
yeah,
just like
YOLO.
telling them all. And like nobody ever listened to me. But then as soon as like Cash Out's here now and stuff, Abby was like, that was what I was waiting for. So I guess I'll look, you know. And like she's been going for the drops now and she has like a few collectibles. So yeah, I mean, it's so exciting to like be able to talk to people about this like at work because I just felt like the crazy person in the corner, like my NFTs, you know, like Schmiegel, my precious. Or not Schmiegel. What's his name? Schmiegel?
Yeah,
No, that's
Smeagol.
not
Smeagol.
Schmiegel. Okay.
That's his Hobbit name. Gollum's like the name that they gave him because he was a little creepy. But
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm gonna give everyone some alpha here. I'm gonna give everyone some inside whale info. There a good deal of my whales that I helped deal with, back in the day before they were enforcing it, of course, it was so easy to buy gems. They were just buying them left and right. One, that was at a discount, and two, it was, how else do you get, 10,000, 30,000 gems into the app in order to get, to get some of these things? You can't do it by putting $350, $600 in at a time.
Right.
So that's what they were doing, and they would do it in crypto. They would have somebody say, "Hey, I'll give you, $30,000 for 50,000 gems, whatever it was," and that's how it would happen. And obviously now that they cut down against that, and it's just like you can only do it if you KYC. It's fine if they take it from your bank account, but a lot of people are pretty crypto heavy. Like I only have like $6,000 in my bank account, but I have a ton in OMI, and once they put in, whether it's OMI to NFT or you could put in crypto to NFT or crypto to gem, whatever it is, easily millions, but probably tens of millions of dollars are going in. So I've been talking to. I'm not drunk enough yet. Okay, how long do you have? I don't want to go crazy if you're gonna have to go in like 5 minutes.
Just go.
Okay. I'm gonna please. This is what up. Okay.
I'm about half of a wine bottle in.
Okay. So this wasn't full to begin with, but it's almost. So it wasn't full, but it's almost. It's
Okay,
almost
I
empty
was
now.
like, whoa, Randy.
No, it wasn't full.
No more of that mug.
So just from, I'm gonna say, three different companies, not including the whale groups, just three different companies. There'll be minimum of 8 figures going into this ecosystem within the next 6 months, which is about $10 million. Just from three companies, not including the whales, which is probably another low 7 figures. Another maybe like $2 million. Between Veve and OMI. The ones that I'm advising to go heavy into OMI. And if because they don't have the time, I think that a lot of the best ROI is on the commons. Like, let's say if we do, one that's been getting a lot of action, or I'll do one that I don't really have any of. Let's say MC1. I'm not pumping my bags. I don't have them. MC1, that secret rare will probably double or triple, in the next, year or so. But that common's gonna at least 4 or 5x.
Yeah.
The same thing with Fantastic Four #5, which I don't have. I have Fantastic Four #1, so I won't mention that. But Fantastic Four #5, same thing. That secret rare might double or triple, but the common's gonna 5x. Same thing with let's say Vader. Yeah, that ultra rare might 5 or 6x. That common will probably 10 or 12x. so there's, but for the whales that don't have time to go and say, I'm going to go and buy all these first appearance of Kamala Khan's, instead of telling them to buy 1,000 Kamala Khan commons, I was be like, just buy, like 50-ish of the secret rares, whatever, give or take. And some of them have. I forget where I was going with this. I'm just letting you know that there's once crypto to gem in whatever way happens, or crypto to NFT happens, so much money is going to come in.
Mm-hmm.
It's
easily, just like the JPEGs. I mean, that's the only reason why people are willing to spend that much on them, is because they're like, well, I have all this crypto. What should I spend it on? These NFTs. So definitely.
What's the most you've ever spent on an NFT?
Walt.
What did you pay for the Walt?
$6,000.
Nice. I wish I paid $6,000 for that. Paid like 12.9.
Well, I mean, in gems he was like 8,000 something, but we had like the gems off app,
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Fair, it's fair. So we don't actually have. I don't have. I might have shot glasses actually, but we're not gonna do a shot together. I don't think you have a shot because you have just wine. But take a drink together real quick from SoCal, homie. Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Dude, I love this. Oh, Justin says Aquatic City. That was a city in Pokemon Gold and Silver and Crystal. How intimate are you with the Pokemon games?
Not.
Okay, it's
I
okay.
know. I didn't play Pokemon. I played like the Pokemon card game when I was younger, but I played I played Pokemon Go. I was like hard on Pokemon Go, but I didn't ever play like the other games. I didn't really get into them because the one I ever did give a chance, it had like such a storyline to it. I was like, okay, when do I actually like get to play? Like, why am I like reading all this dialogue, So I don't know.
So the Pokemon trading card game, I actually have on my phone. I got Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, I got a bunch. So the grass deck is my favorite because there's a, what do you call it? There's a couple of Pokemon like Bulbasaur, which has Leech Seed. Not only does it do 20 damage to the opponent, but it gives 10 HP to you as well. And Butterfree has Mega Drain, which does 40 damage to the opponent and resource 20 of your own health. So it's just, I love the grass deck for that specific reason. A lot of people love Charizard, but he's not that playable. I know I'm getting super nerdy here. Sorry.
No, tell me, educate me. I love it.
So if we ever get Pokemon, I told people I'd do a 24-hour stream. I would take a bunch of Lucy in the Sky with diamonds. And I would have a bunch of people on. I would probably sleep in a little bit of it, but I would have a what do you call it? Just a stream about Pokemon. And then from then on, I would just make a bunch of videos, be like, okay, guys, here's what you need to know. And yeah, I can't. I hope we can get it. We might technically have it. I don't know.
We have to, right? Like, we have to.
I mean, there's no.
I mean, I feel like a lot of the community is going to be pretty upset with like Alfred Khan if he doesn't like come through, right? Because like you're our licensor, like you're the guy that's been making all this happen. If you can get Disney, like how could you not get Nintendo? I don't know. Like I feel like we already have it. It's just like they can't actually like put it out yet. so that everybody like loses their minds and breaks the
Yeah.
app. I
I
don't know.
mean, so there's a God, it's a couple things I want to go over. If I was Disney, or if I was if I was any big brand, I mean, it's a lot harder now to negotiate with Veve because Vive's already a multi-billion-dollar company.
Mm-hmm.
And back in 2017, 18, 19, whatever, before we even had an app, it was probably much easier to negotiate with Veve. You'd be like, hey, we can, throw our power around. Let's say if I'm president of Nintendo, I'll be like, listen, we own 33% of Pokemon. You are going to do this for us, and if it works out, then maybe we'll give you Pokemon. Like maybe, if we decide that we like you. But now, if I don't know how they got
So
Disney.
like Randy,
Yeah.
what do you think? Like, if Nintendo was doing it like that route, like a tester, like you're saying, do you think they would jump right into Pokemon, or do you think Mario, because there's a lot more, I don't know, like I feel like there's a lot of Mario fans, but I feel like there's a lot more Pokemon fans. So if they were going to be like testing it first, don't you think we would see like Mario first?
Okay, I'm gonna need a second drink. The time I was like, okay. Okay. So
Okay.
for most people that don't know the lore about Super Mario and Donkey Kong and Yoshi and Peach and all of them, they'll just think that, oh yeah, I remember seeing Mario in the original Donkey Kong game and in the what's it called?
When he threw the barrels at him and you're like
Yeah.
climbing up the ladders. Yeah.
Yeah, in the arcade game. But that's not the
love that
original
game.
Mario. That
Oh,
is
really?
actually that's Mario's dad. That's
Oh.
yeah, that's the carpenter. The Mario we know is a plumber. So
Yeah.
the original princess that Donkey Kong kidnaps, one that's not the original Donkey Kong, or that's the original Donkey Kong, but that's not the Donkey Kong we know today. So that princess was Pauline.
Yeah, I
That
remember Pauline. I know
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that particular Mario was the carpenter Mario. Rescued Pauline from the original Donkey Kong, and they had the Mario brothers. They had Mario and Luigi. And that original Donkey Kong, for those people that don't know, that is what we know today as Cranky Kong from like the N64 version. That's Cranky Kong, and Donkey Kong Jr. is not the Donkey Kong that we know today. That's just his Donkey Kong Jr. is Cranky Kong's son, and the Donkey Kong we know today is the Donkey Kong Donkey Kong Jr.'s offspring. So the original Donkey Kong is the grandfather of our Donkey Kong that we know today. And when
I'm just sitting here thinking that it's just like upgrading graphically, but it's like, no, we're updating the story as we go as well.
Yeah, dude, the games with the lore, they go with like quantum and theoretical physics, and like the Japanese are so smart. Dragon Ball Z
I know.
That was the only anime, or at least at that time, to ever get time travel right. Where there's something called the grandfather paradox, where if you go back in time and kill your grandfather, well, they can't give birth to one of your parents, and they can't give birth to you. So yeah, so it doesn't. So and that creates a paradox, because if they can't have you, then you can't go back into time and kill your grandfather, which means so it's a paradox. So what quantum physics tells us is that in the there's I think 10 dimensions, and there's when you go back in time, if you were to go back in time to fold through space time and go back to a different time and kill your grandfather, that is your grandfather genetically in every way, but it's your grandfather from a different universe. So if you kill him and you come back in time, your grandfather, if he's still alive here, will still be here.
Yeah.
And you just change that timeline. And you don't have, so that's what happens in the Mario games. But even with all that amazing, and Mario and Donkey Kong and everyone is older than Pokemon, it's still not the highest grossing media franchise. The highest grossing media franchise is Pokemon. Nintendo's down there somewhere. So if I was president of Nintendo that owned 33% of Pokemon, I was like, okay, you're going to make NFTs of some of maybe like the lesser known characters, like maybe like Lil Mac, like Samus, like maybe like Felix the Cat, like whatever licenses that they have that are maybe not as known, Captain Falcon, Ness, or whatever. And then if it does really well, then you can get, the Star Fox. Then you can get the Kirby. And then you can get the Link from Legend of Zelda. And then if that works, then you can get the Pokemon. But by that time, we're gonna, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because why would they hop right into the biggest license they have? That, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't do that at first. I mean,
if it's a test run, it's a test. You're not like when you were helping me do my OMI transfer, you were like, okay, send a little bit first so it doesn't go to like the wrong thing. Same difference, like send a little bit and then, oh, this was actually like a great idea. So here's the rest, So yeah, definitely.
Shut up, Mr. Pagliuca, telling me I look all cracked out. I'm just a little tipsy. I'm just having my very best.
Out. What?
I love Henry so much. He's such a bro. He's so chill. Have watched any of his videos? Or not his videos, because he's very busy. He doesn't have his own YouTube channel. He just comes on mine and other people's. Have you ever seen him?
I don't think so. Maybe on your channel, but I'm not sure.
He's called like the Low Mint Master. We love him. He's great. He's a very Jersey guy. You'll totally be able to tell. Of course, SoCal OMI. Kyla owns a lot of collectibles. Obviously the Waltz. What are some of your other ones that you own?
Well, I own all the golden moments except for the Avenger and Star Wars ones.
Wow.
We own the whole like only as far as Marvel or like Marvel Mighties go. We just own all the Thor ones that just recently released, and I have Ghost Spider because I love Ghost Spider. I have to have her.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
We're part of the 424 club, so we have all the dinosaurs.
Oh, that's amazing. That went up like a mother flapper. Dude,
I know.
Dude, I'm so happy for you.
We were talking earlier about like the discrepancy though, and I do want answers from Veve. So Veve, if you're listening, please give us more of an answer. Please,
they might
just make the community happy. Communication is key. Don't leave me hanging. Don't just like ghost me. Like, tell us. Communication's key, y'all. Like, we'll have such a happier environment and like people if we can just get communication like clicking. Anyway, but so I got that and a bunch of random stuff. I mean, we have like the 007 bike. I don't know what else. A lot of stuff. We have all the Gondek ducks and the painting. Nice. He's dropping a bat, dude, and I want one so bad.
Oh, okay. So this is like super conspiracy theory. I did not take Lucy and the Diamonds with this. Lucy and Sky with Diamonds. So maybe this isn't true. If I can confirm, if I ever take Lucy and the Sky with Diamonds, I would confirm if this was or wasn't true. But my theory is that he showed up in the Designer Con kickoff party in California in like May, and he has a bunch of bats that are all one of ones. The 300 bats, and we know we're getting one of ones. And he's been very active. He's been teasing that he's Banksy. He's not Banksy. Like confirmed,
obviously.
He's not Banksy. But
obviously.
But
Banksy's not coming out and saying he's Banksy ever. So if you say I'm Banksy, you're not Banksy. So anyway.
Although, oh God, what was that? That was a firework, maybe. Sorry, that was
and
something.
And then Randy's like, I'm Banksy. Shh.
So maybe I'll go into that another day. There's a David every now and then teases a couple of things, like Rick and Morty, like Wolverine, like Banksy. He has teased Pokemon. He hasn't teased Pokemon in a couple of months, but he has continuously teased Rick and Morty, Wolverine, and Banksy. He teased Lord of the Rings. He teased Star Wars before they came out. Teased Marvel before they came out, and
sorry to cut you off, but I feel like a lot of people in the last AMA noticed the Banksy piece with the balloon girl. But if you look at the last AMA, she was right there too. She was. I swear. I don't know like 100%. So like go double check the video, but like
Oh no,
I
you're
almost
right.
feel like yeah, because I was like I swear that was there last time. So my theory is because I called Boba Fett was coming because I think that while he's sitting there, everything over here is just like how it's displayed, and everything over here is what he teases. Because if you actually go back through now and watch the videos, everything that's on this side of him is the stuff that drops, and then this stuff is just like we want this stuff. Maybe it's coming in the future. That's why he's teasing us, but like it's been there, so
Yeah.
it's not like coming as soon as we want it to go. So. But
So
that's just a theory, my theory.
game theory. I don't know if you've ever listened to Game Theory on YouTube. So good.
Yeah.
But so from what I've learned is that I don't know if you ever seen that episode of Hey Arnold, where I forget her name, I think it's Mrs. Green or whatever. She's the owner of the flower shop, and she like throws out her back, and she gives like a partial, or I guess temporary, ownership of the shop to Arnold and Gerald. Arnold's the one that is very, very good with the designs and the flowers, and he's good with customers. And Gerald's very good with the money. And she did that because they both had their strengths. And, combined, Fusion Ha is they'd make a powerhouse, which they did. But there were some issues. Gerald's always focused on money. Like, Arnold, you're taking too much time. And Arnold's like, if people want, like, this needs to happen. I think that David and Dan are the same way, where David focuses on like years out. Like he's focusing on stuff that we won't.
He's got Stan Lee mind.
Yeah, he's
10 years in advance. If I don't have 10 years planned, I don't even know what I'm doing. Seriously.
Exactly. He's got stuff planned out for years in advance. And Dan is the one that says like, hey, listen, the realities of trying to do that, for now, we have to do this, and this, which is impossible.
Mm-hmm.
We could do this, and this, but not all of this. So they're very,
that's
very
why they're
good
a good
together.
team. They level each other out.
Agreed, 100,000%.
Yeah.
I think Banksy is possible. I think a lot of what he teases is possible.
Definitely.
Do I have confirmation? No. I wish I did.
Randy, you're high up there, but they can't give you that information either. They can't disclose it. It's his top secret. You can go hang out and have beers outside of Area 51, but you can't go inside. You just can't.
Dude, Kyla, I cannot wait for the videos that we do in like 2024, where we're just like, remember when this happened? Dude,
and then we'll be like characters, and it'll be like in the universe, like the multiverse or metaverse.
Yeah.
Sorry. And we'll like, dude, just imagine. It's gonna be so cool.
Dude, I can't wait.
I'll be Ahsoka sitting here talking to you instead, like, what's up?
If you're Ahsoka, I'll try to be Anakin. I'm a little older than you are, so I could totally be. I'd have to lose a little weight. I'd put on a little muscle, but I could totally.
It's your avatar. It's your skin.
Totally. Avatar. I hate like the little tan line that's right there. This is a little light and this is a little dark. I don't like
farmer tan going. What are you doing?
I don't like it.
Mowing your grass.
No, dude. Every time I mowed grass, I felt like such like a landscape. I felt like such like a Mexican. Like, oh man, I'm just mowing my grass here. No, I've just been running a lot recently, and I would wear
a muscle shirt like you're wearing now.
I should. I mean, I'll wear this tomorrow when
get that tan going.
I totally should. I forget what we were talking about before. What were we talking about before this?
I don't know. Mario, Dan, and David. How amazing they are being leveled with each other.
Oh, I think we're both a little tipsy. I
think we just like hop from topic to topic, so I don't know.
We do. It's
next.
Next. Okay. All right. So Obadiah goes to Arizona, says Randy cosplay as Thanos, trying to cosplay as Batman. I don't know if that'll work.
Thanos would be cool though.
I'm not big enough. I would need to gain like 30 pounds of muscle and lose like 10 pounds of fat, and that's so hard.
You're so hard on yourself. Shh. Paint yourself purple.
What?
Get in a purple bathtub and be fucking Thanos. Just do it.
Just do it. You're like Shia LaBeouf. Just do it.
I'm like Nike. Just do it. Okay. Get on top of it. Check. Did it. Done.
What are some of the things that you want to cosplay as, or have cosplayed as, or wish to cosplay as one day?
I've cosplayed as Harley, of course, being blonde. I've cosplayed as Raven when I had purple hair. I was Avril Lavigne one year for Halloween because I had like the pink streaks in the front, and I was like a total obsessed fan back in the
That's
day.
amazing.
It was awesome, actually. I was able to like order the Skater Girl shirt. I don't know if you know, but like she has a Skater Girl shirt. I don't have it anymore, of course, but yeah, it was super cool. Like I
I
literally looked
didn't, but
like
that
Avril
sounds
Lavigne. It was
amazing.
so cool. And then I was Rick, but and Austin was Morty, but I called it Ricky because we're from Planet 303.
Right.
And Rick was spontaneously a girl in this universe.
Yeah.
Way smarter, of course, because of it. No, just kidding. But yeah, I feel like that's all that I've like cosplayed as. But I would love to be. I feel like I've told you I'd love to be like Ahsoka. Obviously, would be
Yes.
super awesome, like so badass. I love her headpiece. Like I just want it. Like, can I just wear it when I want? Like it's so cool. I think that it would be super cool to be Ghost Spider because I'm obsessed with her as well.
Yes.
If I do go to Decon and like I want to dress up, that's probably what I'll do. Who else? I think that I guess that technically I was Spider Girl one year too. I lie. I was Spider Girl already. But like in a Spider-Man suit, just like as a girl. So I don't know how that counts or if that counts or not. But I don't know. I just love to dress up. Like Halloween's one of my favorite holidays because I just love to like dress up and be someone different. Like I said, like just doing like pinup looks, and it's not that I'm particularly like somebody. I'm not like trying to be Marilyn Monroe or like, anybody like that. But I just love to just dress up. If I can dress up, like one of my favorite things in high school was when you had like Spirit Week and you just gotta like do superhero day and pajama day and like all that stuff. Like I love that kind of stuff. I just love dressing up. I've always loved dressing up. I've done my face like a couple times, and like in Colorado we have this thing called the day or the what is it called? The zombie crawl. Zombie crawl. It's downtown in 16th Street Mall, and everybody just dresses up as zombies, and like we just walk around and like eat truck food and drink, and it's a great time.
Dude, that
And
sounds
so
so
I've
good.
done my face pretty gory and crazy for like those. I don't know. I just love to dress up. It's just so fun.
That sounds great. For your Spider Girl cosplay, if you did that, I might try to. Again, this was really lean. I was at like 167 pounds. I was like not 40. I was like 30 pounds lighter. So I was super skinny. But for the if you were to be Harley Quinn, me and my ex-girlfriend Erica I think we did a really good job. I got huge. And then
Dude,
she
that's super cool.
Yeah. So because I was
What?
Bane. So if we ever did, we would totally
Nice.
do that
I was
together.
literally just about to say you could just be Bane.
I need to
That's
put on
so
a bit
funny.
more muscle if I'm Bane, and I also need to lose like the gut a little bit. But yeah, I would totally do that. That'd be super fun.
Yeah.
But I would.
You gotta be that what the hell is his name? You sent me a picture of from Pokemon. What the frick is
Oh,
his name?
Bruno. Oh God, yeah.
Bruno. Thank you.
We
You
don't
gotta be
talk
Bruno.
about Bruno. No.
No.
We
We
don't
don't
talk
talk
about
about
Bruno. Oh,
Bruno.
dude, that's so great. I love you so much. I
Dude,
know I
when I
sent you.
went to Disney World, they had it set up like in Epcot, they have like, all the countries. And so
Yeah.
like in the Mexico, they had like all of like Coco stuff up. Dude, it was so cool.
Oh, I love that. I love that they did that. That it's weird. That movie wasn't super popular when it like came out, but when it was on like Disney Plus, that's when it came out. Yeah, so Bruno got super yoked.
Bruno
That's
now is yoked, but old Bruno, I mean, he's big, but like, come on, he's not chiseled. There's a
yeah,
difference
I showed
between
you.
swole and chiseled.
I'll try to find it when I sent it. It was probably a while ago
If you're
though.
looking through our messages, good luck.
I did, and that's not what I was. Okay, so Bruno looking for the moving past that. Okay, no, that's that's what I showed you. I was like hungover one day, and I was watching like I was watching the Avengers or something like in bed. I was like, oh, I'm dying. Yeah, it was Age of Ultron. But yeah, Bruno was so he was not as
I feel
jacked.
like you look like Bruno. Like that's good cosplay for you.
It
I
was
was getting my hair cut and I thought it was gonna be more like this length, and I was very sad about it. But then I was like, that'd be perfect for Ghost Spider. I could just like, cause you know how she kind of has like a half shaved head for like
yeah,
the cartoon series. So I
yeah.
could just like literally take this hair and like slick it back and like pin it so that it looks like that head is shaved and stuff. I was like, like it is what it is. I have to get a haircut anyways. I have to cut this dead hair off. Like, might as well make the most of it. But she was able to actually like save most of it, so that's great.
Good.
Yeah.
I I don't do well with my if I were to get I want to get the hair plugs next year, so I feel like my hair is not what it once was. But the amount of
Wait, you want a haircut or you want to keep growing it? What? Wait, hold on. We can't just skip over that.
so I want a no. So this is I found this on our messages. This is me as Thor. This is me and my friend Autumn's like
You're
almost
blonde. You're my twin now. Look, you
yeah,
look
we
just
look the
alike.
same. Oh, twinsies. Um, it was when I was in Arkansas, which Arkansas has the biggest Walmart. Um,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, okay. Here it is. I found it. I could have probably just Googled it, but that is the
It'd probably
Bruno.
been faster.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
have been so much faster.
You don't even have to wear a shirt. You literally just got to go get white pants and
I'm,
a karate belt, a black karate belt.
I know. I need a what do you call it? I just need to get more in shape. I'm gonna run in the morning. I can't believe I drank tonight, but it's okay. It's because
I'm not
this
going to
time.
sit here and tell you to not work out because obviously that's amazing for your body. And I'm really glad that you're like super determined. You're always telling me, like going for a run and stuff like that. And I'm super proud of you and like your determination and like dedication to yourself. That's amazing. It's a huge part of working out too and like maintaining and taking care of yourself is having self-discipline, which a lot of people don't have. So congrats. Like, I'm really happy that you're pushing yourself, but like, you're fine, honestly. So okay, that's all I had to say.
Thank you so much. I feel like we're our own worst critics,
Always,
and
of course.
I think I have this like body dysmorphia where I always think I don't want to say so I'm happy the way I am. Like I remember watching this documentary when I was younger of this guy that was very germophobic. It was like in the mid 2000s, and he's like, oh well, if my wife or my kids get sick, I'm gonna stay in the guest house for like a week or two or whatever.
Okay,
And
you're
he
supposed
like
to
when
take
he
care of them and make them soup, but sure, yeah, just leave. That's fine.
so what he does like when he goes to the bathroom, he'll 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 do like when you used to have to roll down the toilet the paper towel thing. He'll do that. He'll go and he'll do his stuff. He'll wash his hands, and then he'll take the paper towel, and then he'll dry his hands. He'll use that to open the door, throw it out. Like, oh look, I'm done. And I feel like some people do that nowadays, but because they don't want to like touch a dirty door
Pre-COVID.
handle as soon as they wash their hands.
Yeah.
But
Well, a
yeah,
lot of doors now have like the kick thing, like where you use your foot to open it.
it's
Those
true.
things are handy. I don't know why every door doesn't have one of those. Like,
I
you always
know,
have
right?
your hands full anyways. Like, I shouldn't even be using my hands to open a door. It should always be my foot.
Yeah. But I feel I definitely do have that body dysmorphia. But I think it helps because if I'm always it's like that episode of Recess where Vince LaSalle, who's like the athlete of the group, he was like, listen, I found a new way to like bat. If you like widen your stance and like turn your hip and like you press off, like he was telling like how to hit like better home runs or
And you're in
whatever.
like the most awkward position, your body hurts, and you're like, are you sure this is right?
It was TJ Detweiler that said, look, leave it to Vince LaSalle to improve on perfection. And so I don't really get jealous, but I do admire others. Like if there's
Definitely.
I love other people in the gym that are like bigger than me and better shape than me because that's like my motivation. I always think like, okay,
You just
I'm
want
not
to get
big.
there. You want to get to their level for sure.
What motivates you?
Um, I don't know. I'm not like a self motivator, so it just has to be like honestly, like don't laugh at me, whatever.
Never.
But but I don't know. I'll like look in the mirror and I'll be like, man, my stomach's not as flat as it usually is. So I'll just like bust out some crunches, like right then and there. Like, okay, I just gotta like do something about it right now, you know? So I don't know. I just feel like I look at things like kind of in like the moment and I'm like, oh yeah, this is not good. Um
Yeah.
but I was like on a really good healthy like workout routine with my sister. I feel like it does help out when you have a partner that wants to work out with you because they're like help motivating you like when you want to like just go home and relax and like you have somebody like no bitch you said you would go to the gym with me, let's go. Okay,
Yeah.
fine, I will, because like you're holding me accountable for it, you know, and I'm not the best at holding myself accountable for things sometimes, especially when it comes to like working out. I love the feeling of working out. Like I love the burn the next day. Like the second day is a little sore, but I like that burning feeling, like especially like when you have leg day. Or I just feel like I feel stronger, like just healthier, like even just after one day of working out and like going hard in the gym. So I don't know. I need to get back to it as well. But now that I'm doing YouTube and stuff, so now I feel like you and like Kobe and everybody else that like is always YouTubing and everything. It's like, when do you have time to do anything? Like, do you even eat? Like, you sleep a little bit, I think. Like, I don't
Um,
know. So, yeah.
it's easier for me because I was retired up until like yesterday, where I had joined. I guess I was supposed to tell you about this. I guess I haven't yet. It's this project called Utility, and so I've gotten a dozen, probably more different job offers over the last couple months
Yeah.
about people like, hey, come promote my project, come work for me, come do this, XYZ, you know, whether it's advising on tokenomics or whatever.
Yeah.
And I turned down all of them because either I didn't like the project or I didn't like what the owners were saying about what they would do with the funds or, you know, taking over the deal, whatever.
Mhm.
But the project called Utility, and guys, link down below in the description to their Twitter, to their Discord. Totally go
I
that
read
now.
your tweet like right before we started streaming and I clicked on their page to kind of like see because I was like, I don't want to just be like oblivious. Like, what is he about to drop on me? Like, I don't even know what he's talking about. So I seen some of the like artwork and stuff that was like on their page. Is that theirs? Like, is it NFTs? Like, what
Yeah,
is the
so they're NFTs. They've partnered with Rewind Collective, Gorilla Girls. They have the advertising the World of Women NFTs. There's a lot of things that they're going to drop on their platform, and there is a you know I mean they just started, so there's maybe 100 people, 100 or so people in their Discord, and some of the benefits that you get just so the roadmap for them is it's going to be huge. And why I know this is because not only do they have a tier for their first 500 members, getting a silver NFT, which will be used to they'll be invited to all the first annual utility parties, and then the first you get that one, and then you get a tier two, which is the first 1,000 members. If you're the first 500, you're obviously in the first 1,000. You get this as well. You'll get a bronze $100 NFT, and all of the everything below, which tier three. So if you're tier one, which right now you can still get, you get the silver NFT, you get the bronze NFT, which is worth $100, and you get a special NFT, which is worth $50. And then you get put in a raffle to get a chance to win a ultimate NFT, which is like one of 200,
Mhm.
a branded merchandise giveaway, a trip to their party, and a weekly waitlist giveaway with collaborations with other stuff. So there's a
Dang,
lot that
so it sounds like they totally thought like utility before they even started.
yeah,
That's so
yeah.
cool.
And
Yeah.
with them partnering with all the stuff like Rewind Collective, which is partnered with Veve already,
Yeah.
you know, Gorilla Girls, you know, which is like one of the biggest feminist movements like in the world. You know, other stuff, you know, other famous artists painting stuff like Romeo and Juliet and Hamlet and
Mhm.
the advertising World of Women. This is going to gain traction very quickly, and that's that. So you're going. you're not only gonna be able to buy
So you
those
told
things.
me about like the utility aspect of it, but what about the proceeds?
So a good amount of the proceeds, I don't know exactly what percentage, 5, 15, 25, whatever, does
Mm-hmm.
go to charity for a lot of women, minority, and LGBTQ communities. So yeah, so that's why I came out of retirement, is because there's a couple of good projects out there that I think that will definitely do well. This is
Mm-hmm.
obviously one of them, but because a lot of their proceeds, like at the core, like straight off their top line, are going to charity, that's one of the biggest reasons why I joined.
Yeah.
Because if I can use my time to help the world, and I'm not really sacrificing much, just my time,
Yep.
where okay, maybe I take a couple hours a day out of watching like Modern Family or rewatching BoJack Horseman, to do that's
Yeah.
probably a good thing. Um, so yeah, totally go link down below and join the Discord and get those free stuff.
Cool.
I mean,
I am
I
gonna
mean,
join their Discord.
yeah.
When's their first drop? Have they like announced anything like that? Or is it kind of just still in the works? Like, they're just getting their name out there first, or how's
Um,
that?
no, they have a roadmap, and the roadmap was it was pretty short, and they could do the roadmap that they had teased literally in like 1 to 2 months. I'm trying to find it now. I can't. I'm not sure what I did with it. But that roadmap literally is literally I don't know. It's like 2 months where it's,
Okay.
hey, here's the Discord and here's the first drop and here's all the benefits that you can get, and here's where, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's really cool. I don't know where it is though. I'll send it. Oh no, here it is. Um, the Discord Twitter launch was on the 25th. The collaborations and early access was on August 1st, but everyone can get that now. Link down below. The utilities were the launch utility for projects. Server promotion is going to be on the 8th. The drops, where you can share more utilities, the drop reveals what they're going to do, and a sneak peek is on the 15th. The ambassadors were going to be a brand ambassador reveal, which I'm one of them. I don't know how many others are going to be public. That's going to be on the 22nd. And then the first drop is going to be on the 29th, in about a month from now. Now that could be delayed because tech is often
Okay.
delayed. But right now it's scheduled for the 29th of next month.
So I guess my next question following that, sorry to just like be like blah blah blah, but
Yeah,
I'm
no, go,
interested,
go,
you know?
go. Ask me anything.
So what is the token? Is it USD? Is it ETH? Like, how do I purchase these NFTs?
A lot of them are probably going to be ETH. That
Yeah,
hasn't
I
fully been,
figured.
yeah. But I have been talking with people that run it, which they will announce themselves. And again, they're very reputable people. I wouldn't. I'm under NDA right now, so I can't say. But the people that are running it, I would not have joined unless I knew who they were. I knew that I checked them out. I used to be a private investigator back in the day, and I knew that their intentions were not pure. They will
Hmm.
reveal themselves in the next couple of months. But the what was the last question you had? I forget.
Ethereum.
Oh, the coin.
Ethereum. Yeah.
So they will. I've been pushing them to accept OMI for their not their first gen, but their second gen stuff. Like in the next 6 months to a year from now, OMI will probably be an option to use to pay for it.
Okay.
So I'm trying to give utility when I can.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure. I mean, at this point, like I'm almost just in like almost interested in just getting some ETH because I want to like be able to do the fiche that you're talking about and now this project too. So
yeah,
now you got me just one ETH. So
I'll,
what you
I'll.
got me doing?
Do you have a MetaMask and OpenSea?
No, I don't have any of those.
Okay, we will go and get you a MetaMask wallet. We'll teach you how to set you up with one. It's similar to Trust Wallet. They give you like a seed phrase and stuff like that.
Are you a 424 member? No, huh?
I'm not. I don't have one. No, I'm not.
So like when you sign up for the Discord and like you're verifying your stuff, they ask for like a Meta wallet so that they could send you like your badge or something. And I didn't have one to put, so I didn't put anything, and now I'm like, dang, like I'm not even gonna get my badge.
Yeah, so
But
some people have multiple MetaMasks, MetaWalls, like one's like their personal stuff and one's like,
mhm.
hey, this person's giving away a thing. Let me test it out with this and hopefully they don't,
Okay,
fish.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'll
Well, I
have
trust
a
the 424. Did you watch Superstar Money's video with um um Ryan and wow, what's his name? He's the video that you showed me
is it
to
Foster?
Foster, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. Foster Hill, yeah. Did you watch that video? It was
I,
like
I,
a
I
day or two ago.
I didn't. I heard it was really good. I've just obviously haven't had time, but I did hear it was very good.
Yeah.
I have heard of the group. I haven't joined because I don't have one. There's
Mhm.
another 41 group that people have been asking me to join, but I feel like with a lot of, I don't want to say discrimination, but with a lot of accusation and finger pointing, people saying like, "Oh, you're pumping your
You were
bags," or "You're,"
handed that, yeah, whatever.
yeah. I was like, listen, I can't be part of like a private Discord that might, and even if they're probably just hanging out, be like, "Oh, you have 41 of this, I have 41 of this, let's be best friends." Even if it could just be accused that they're trying to like market manipulate, I was like,
Mhm.
I can't. That's just too much of a headache. Even though
Yeah,
they're probably not doing that, they're probably just having fun,
for sure.
which really sucks. I want to have fun too. Like I want to go and
Definitely. I feel that. All I have to say on that topic is keep your head up.
yeah,
People people are always going to have their accusations, especially like it sucks because once you're a favorite in the community, anytime you pull something good, it's going to be looked at as shady. But when you're a common gang, like I know you have been on most drops recently, um, they're just on the inside. They don't message you and they don't know what you got on the drop every single time. So they don't know statistically what you're getting. I know that you and I have been like common gang for a hot minute until you got that 41. So I mean, I'm proud of you for getting that luck. If David had it like secretly in his pocket for you, whatever, I know that that's like straight illegal, so I don't feel like he would like purposely do that because like why
I don't think it
give
is. I mean, it's their
it's
company. They can give whoever,
I
whoever.
know like if it was like a gift, I guess it kind of was because it's an airdrop. I don't know. I don't know. Either way, I'm not gonna get into all that technical
Yeah.
stuff. All I have to say is I'm happy when you get lucky because I'm happy when I get lucky and I'm happy when I see other people get lucky. So I'm not
Thank
gonna
you.
sit here and say that you had an advantage over me. You had the advantage over me because you freaking went to the con without me.
I invited you.
But
Don't
I
forget
know,
that.
I know. But people are always gonna throw
Yeah.
shade.
Yeah, no, I love it when my friends succeed. Like my friend Raythax over here. There's the OMI ETH domains and E2 for the win. Raythax has been a buddy of mine for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, maybe almost 2 years, where I started, he really came on my channel for Earth 2, and he was the first person to ever go into the family and friends part of Patreon, where you can still text me. Raythax, you haven't texted me in a while. I miss you. He's got this Raythax.eth domain name up there. He's made so much money on like Axis Infinity and domain names and in Earth 2, and I imagine he's got OMI and Veve. Raythax, if you don't have that much OMI, Raythax, you have like 1 or 2 months left, but promise me you'll get OMI soon because it is going to blow up in the next 6 months or so. It's going to be a
Do
lot of stuff.
it.
Do it.
I put $300 in. I don't even care to like
You did.
put
You did.
to
I'm
put my
so proud
pockets
of
out
you.
there. I put 300 USD. I have to go double check how much OMI that is, but at the time,
You had like a
but
100 grand of 100,000 OMI, right? Or at least
yeah, something like that
good, good.
around. Yep.
That's gonna just that by itself will be worth it. But then
It's my
also
first crypto I've ever invested in, and I was just like 300. Here you go.
there you go.
So I mean, I know that's not a lot, but I mean, I'm not gonna go out of my means. So yeah,
It will be
but
in the
I'm happy.
future.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so happy for you that so yeah, I know you're 26. When I was 26, just got out of the military, I had like $2,400 to my name, give or take. And I had, I went to school for a semester. I did not like it. So I went to I started working at this private bank, found out what they did, and I started really learning. My friend Dan, if nobody's seen that podcast, it's with Daniel Hardwick. Look on my playlist, Chavez podcast. It was like a couple podcasts ago. He's like my brother. He's my hero. He was already a millionaire when I met him. And what I think is that a lot of rich people tend to get a bad reputation, where a lot of people think that they are just like soulless and heartless and all they care about is money.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't have to do this for me. He taught me a lot of what he knew, and I don't know. I just love people like that teach things, give things, and expect nothing in return.
Yeah, like you.
Oh, okay, Kyla, I love you so much.
It's just the truth. I just speak facts, my friend.
What was one of the most important lessons you think you've learned over the last 5 years?
5 years. A lot's happened.
Maybe 6. I don't know.
Maybe 6. I don't know. I mean, in the last 5 years, I have like purchased my house, and I've stepped up and like really started adulting, So I don't know. I guess like my biggest lesson, and like what I would even tell like children to like kind of like prep them, I guess, is like the scariest things are worth it. Like, you know what I mean? You're always terrified to start something new, or you're always afraid of failure. But I think it's Michael Jordan that said it. If you never tried, how would you know if you would succeed? And like that's just like what it is, Of course, when I was 23 and I was buying a house, I was like, whoa, this is crazy. Like, I'm about to own a house at 23. But it's been worth it, the market right now, I don't know where it's at, since we're kind of like in a little hardship or whatever, but I don't know. Yeah, you just got to do it. Like, just do, if you're like, I was terrified to start my YouTube channel, and I just did it. Just went ahead and forward, and it's been nothing but amazing. Like, I'm gonna hit my month on the 4th. Did you know that we streamed on 4th of July? I guess I forgot.
Oh, did we? Oh, that's so special. No, I did not know. That's
I know.
amazing.
Fireworks. Woo-hoo.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember that. Oh, I've seen him on friend
Yeah.
It's got very bad PTSD.
I like literally did the stream with you before I went to my family barbecue. But yeah, so next month on the 4th will be my month, and I already have 8 interviews. I have one tomorrow already set up, and one on Sunday. So I'll end the month with like about 9 or 10 interviews, and I'll already have been on Veve Vault's channel and your channel. So I don't know. I think I'm just like you said, like I kind of just like hit the ground running, I'm always open to like meeting any walk of life, and I just really want to know their opinions of Veve. And even if it's a fudder that wants to come on my channel and fud the crap out of everything and like say how horrible Veve is, like I would love to hear it, because either I can fud bust, and also I can think like, you're right, like, because Veve's not perfect. They're new, they're growing, like everybody is learning. Like, we're in the beginning. If you don't think that we're going to have growing pains, you're crazy. Like, we're going to feel the growing pains in a growing company. Like, that's how it is when you're early in things, unfortunately. But yeah, so I don't know. Oh yeah, the question was, how did I grow? Just facing things head on. Don't be afraid. Just do it.
I feel like that scene from The Office where Michael goes to Pam's art show and he sees the painting or the drawing that she did of the office where there's, and he doesn't point out what's wrong. He doesn't point out that it's not like an oil painting. He doesn't point out that he focuses on all the things that she got right. He's like, oh, hey, you got like all the windows and you got the trees that are outside. Like, how much for this? We got to hang it at the office. And it's the only one that she sold that night. And it's one of the best moments because Michael, which is normally like an a-hole, which is normally like, such a dick. Excuse my language. Such a
He's
Richard.
just like so in his own world that he's not like actually knowing like how rude he's being,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says to her in the most sincere voice, like, I'm really proud of you. I from the I wish I had known this when you first messaged me, as obviously it's impossible to tell, where things go.
Right.
From what Super Rush said earlier, about you being one of the best, even though you just started, it's like that episode of Modern Family where Claire's talking to Phil about how quickly Haley like lied, or how quickly Haley just created like a story to make their family members feel better.
Yeah.
And Phil's like, did she learn that from you? And Claire's like, no, that's just a gift. I feel like you have that gift, and I really hope that you keep going with it, because that's something that not only is it going to be good for you just as a person, as a YouTuber, financially in the future, but I think it's something that maybe the world might need, or maybe it doesn't need, but it might want. I feel like that's something that you might be doing a disservice to people if you didn't do this, and you almost have a responsibility to keep this going. So keep it going.
Thanks. I definitely plan to continue doing it. As you know, because I know that you watch most of my streams. Of course, I want to hit like the big hitters like you and like Kobe and Vol and like the people that are big influencers in the community. But I also have had like small people that no one's ever heard of on my channel as well.
Yeah.
And I want to continue to do that. I want anybody that's open to be like on camera, to come out and like tell me their story. Like I want to know, like I said, all walks of life. Like I really want to know the good and the bad, your struggle, your best outcome that you've ever had. Like I love to get to know people and like their story and how I can relate to them and how different we all are, even though we're all in the same community doing this same thing. It's touching. And from the get, I always like knew that the Veve community was just like amazing. I mean, most like I told you, I first joined like Kobe Collects Discord, and like most humble person ever. Like, come on now, it's Kobe. And then like all the people in his community, I'm telling you, like if you're not in Kobe's Discord, you should probably go join, because you'll just see like all the like everybody's happy. Like even if we're all common gang and like the one person gets a secret rare, we're like, yes, a secret rare in the group. Like, like we're all so happy. Like even though we like failed, like we're so happy for like everybody else's like success. And it's hard to get that in like a huge group of people. People are like jealous or envious or like that should have been mine. Like, but no, it's just like 100% positivity there, really. And so that's like kind of like what made me like venture out. And then I started my Instagram channel, and I got into a couple different Instagram like chats, and just knowing more of the community makes me just want to get more and more involved. Like that's why I want to go to DCon. That's why I want to go to these cons in general, is because I want to meet you people in person. And I like, this is cool too. Like, don't get me wrong. Obviously, we've been talking for 2.5 hours. Like, you can still have a bond through video. The nostalgia of being in person. So I don't know. I definitely plan to keep on meeting people, and I have so much to learn still too. So I always look at every interview as a learning opportunity, no matter how big or small of a fish you are in the community. Um, yeah. So thank you for the compliments. I'm doing my best.
I had to wipe away a couple of tears. Oh, I mean, I'm a little tipsy, so I get a little emotional. I'm feeling myself. Everyone is judging me. I'm
Don't be
feeling myself. So
crying. Don't cry. I don't want to
um,
make you cry.
I,
I don't want Randy tears.
I mean, it wasn't really that. It was just like I don't know. I just like, you ever get that imposter syndrome where like you feel like, I don't know, maybe like you almost don't deserve, almost like survivor's guilt for like military, where like, why am I here? It's like I just do pretty much what everyone else does, but for whatever reason, a lot of people gravitate towards me, and a lot of people, I don't know, I get like asked to sign shirts and stuff, and you'll get that too, at like decon or at wherever, where he's like, oh, I'm here, oh my God, you're KCollections, you're Kyla May. You're gonna be like Kate Bishop running into Hawkeye, you're like, oh, you're Hawkeye, like that's gonna be you. Like, it's just like, oh man, what do I say? Um, yeah,
I hope
yeah,
that nobody ever like hesitates on like to talk to me. I'm so open. Like you can literally tell me anything and I'm willing to hear it and talk to you about it. So, open book
yeah,
here. If you want to be an open book, let me read it. Like
yeah.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, same. I love some of the questions, like right now, it's only 38 people here. I love the fact that sometimes either I'm with someone like you, or I'm with just by myself, and people just start asking like questions that are deeply personal, which I don't mind. Ask me anything. I don't.
Yeah.
And you said the same thing. So I guess, okay. So I typically don't believe in regrets, but now that I'm a little tipsy, I'm a little whatever. Just rapid fire. I don't believe in regrets, but is there anything that you might have done or haven't done that you regret either doing or not doing?
I mean, now that I'm so into Veve and stuff, like I wish back in the day when I first heard the word crypto, I did my research and looked into it. I definitely regret not hopping on the bandwagon in the beginning of things, when it was just crypto before NFTs, you know?
Yeah,
I kind of regret that. Like as of now, that's like one of my regrets for sure. Um, but I'm not really a person that like sits there and like dreads on what I missed out on. I'm more of a person that's like, this is what I need to do more of, kind of. So I don't know. I mean, life is good. I really don't. I don't want
yeah,
to complain about anything because
yeah.
we're all living day by day, you know? We're lucky to like wake up. It's not a guarantee that you're gonna open your eyes and like live another day. So just take it day by
Agreed.
day. Yeah.
When I said when I got out of the military, and I was your age, and I had like $2,400 to my name, and I started that business. Um, that business was not. It was meant to just be like, okay, let's jump in. Call me Greg Louganis, and let me jump in.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad you got that. I love you so much. There's I didn't, at that time, I knew it was lucrative and I knew there was something to it. I didn't know how quickly I would gain wealth. I know because I've seen it in the Lucy and the Sky with Diamonds, and the what Mario eats, or whatever, that I know where OMI is going to go,
Hmm.
and you're probably going to be on the same trajectory that I was, where you'll have $100,000 before you're 30. Um,
I'm hoping so.
yeah, and if you buy more, then you might have that quicker.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
and I would,
And that's the only reason why I tell you I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to con is because this year, like, I'm really trying to just focus on like stacking and like getting my bags right. So now that I already have 300 in OMI, like, why stop there, you know? And then I also want to still invest in Veve. Like, Veve will always be my first investment. Like, I love OMI and I believe in it, but I love my collectibles and I want them all. So,
Same.
yeah. So, and then especially if Veve keeps dropping these fire drops like they've been, like, what am I supposed to do?
I know, right? That's how they get you. That's how they
That's
get
how
you.
they get you. They're just like hook, line, sinker.
Yeah. Sunday Bucket says, Randy, what's your next tattoo? I don't know what mine's gonna be.
Love you,
My
Sunday buckets.
my my friend Mark that I used to live with, his daughter Lauren, we got really, really close where she had like a hacked like Nintendo Mini where it had like 300 games on it. So we'd be going play like old school Mario Brothers. We'd play all like 1 through 3. We'd play like Felix the Cat. We'd play a bunch of stuff. And like she was like my little buddy. We would play Among Us. We'd play whatever. It was like my chance of being a dad without being a dad. And we had decided I'm getting like either taco tattoos or like mustache tattoos or whatever. But she's still really young. She's like 17, so I don't think she can get the tattoo yet. Um, if I would get one beforehand, I don't know. I said when Omi reaches $1, I'll get an Akomi tattoo or an Omi tattoo.
Do it.
But I will. What about you? What's your next tattoo?
Me?
Yeah.
I want to get Loki's paw print.
Oh my God, that'd be adorable. Where'd you gonna get it?
I don't know yet. But I was thinking, okay, everybody's like, you're fucking crazy. Don't do it. But I'm like, I think I want to get it on my foot.
You won't regret it.
His
I
foot on my foot.
my my career before I was in the military, I was a veterinarian assistant for like 9 years, and that was I've seen so many people that that were in that career field, which is mostly dominated by women. But they had gotten
Ew.
their pet's paw prints either somewhere. Yeah, yeah. I was I had to lift the heavy things, which was fine. I was young and strong. Um, that's what a lot of them did. So you'd be joining a very elite crew that had done that as well. Um, Sean Skywalker says Motley Crue is a quote, "My heart's like an open book for the whole world to read." What
Yep,
is
I wear
that
my
quote?
heart on my sleeve. So
Oh, do you? Oh, see, so I know you said you love really hard, but do I guess you love deeply and passionately, and you just have this like different.
So a lot of people say like they won't trust a person until like they like certainly know them and like have talked to them for a long time or whatever. For me, like I believe people. Like I
No.
don't believe there's any like reason to lie to me. There's no reason for like shadiness, you know. I always like want to see the best in people. Once you double cross me, I'll never trust you again. Like good luck on ever gaining my trust back.
Yeah.
But you have my open trust right away. Like I don't think that people are out to get me and I don't think that like people are out there like trying to like do people wrong all the time. Um so that's how I roll. I'm like, you know, here's me, here's my heart. You're either going to be a good friend or a bad friend and I'll take it. So, I don't
I,
know.
I I've always been sympathetic towards teens because when I was a teen, nobody really believed in me except my friends. And I feel like when you're a teen, friends are like your family. Like
Yeah.
Sarah Jessica Parker's character, Carrie Underwood, Carrie, whatever from Sex and the City said that your real family is the one that you make yourself, and that
Yeah.
always stood by me. But there's a quote by Jane Austen from Northanger Abbey, which is a great book, which says that there is nothing I would not do for those who are really my friends. I have
Yeah.
no notion of loving people by halves. It is not my nature, which I think means that when she loves people super fully.
Mhm.
How quickly can you go from meeting someone to loving someone almost fully like that, like wholeheartedly?
Um I don't know, it kind of really depends on like the person and like the vibe really. part of me always tells myself, like, in the back of my head, you don't truly know a person until you see them angry. They don't have to be specifically like angry at you, but just in an angry state, because everybody's always trying to show their best selves, obviously. Like, you want to be known as like the best that's just how it is. But when you're angry, even like people say, like, oh, I spoke out of anger, I didn't mean that. Like, is that really true though? Because you really do speak more truth when you're angry, kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know, like, it really just depends. Like, I feel like you and I, like, our bond has like grown like super fast.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you mad, but I also don't think that you're a guy that's easily pissed off either. So it would take forever for me to see you mad, right? Like, I would think, at least where we're at. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I care deeply for people, I'm very empathetic too, to a certain point. Unless you're like doing it to yourself, then it's very hard for me to be empathetic because I'm like, so change it then. It's like,
Oh, I
change
love
it. But I don't even know what the question was.
it was just that quote from Jane Austen says that she said there was nothing that she would not do for those who are really my friends, which I think.
I was at a gas station at 2 o'clock in the morning. I used to be a server and I would close most of the time. So I would get off at like 1 or 2 o'clock at night. I was stopping at a gas station for some food. There's not much around at 2 o'clock in the morning unless I wanted to eat like IHOP or Denny's. And like breakfast food, I love breakfast food, but it gets really old when you're eating it for dinner every fucking night.
Wait.
But yeah. So I would sometimes just stop at like a 7-Eleven and get like their taquitos or whatever. Yeah. And so I was at this gas station picking up a pack of smokes. That's when I used to smoke. And some taquitos. And this guy that's like belligerently drunk, like tripping over himself, asked me
No.
to use my phone. The like clerk was being really rude to him and like wasn't letting him use the phone. They're like, this is for us, like not customers or whatever. So I was like, yeah, here, sure, like use my phone. And he like tried to call his wife and like she didn't answer 3 times. And he was like, fuck, I just need a ride home. I can't make it home. I've already walked this far. And like I know exactly what bar he went from because like right down the street is like this like pool hall bar.
Yeah.
So he's literally walked a block and like it's already tripping over his face. Like he can't make it
Oh,
home.
geez.
So I asked him, like, where do you live? And he's like, I live on Canosa Block, which is a street up from the street I lived on when I lived with my mother. And so I was like, okay, well, I could give you a ride. So I picked up a random stranger. That was a man.
Yeah.
And I took him home. Yes, could so many bad things have happened. Yeah, you could probably think of numerous bad things that could have happened. But at the end of the day, he was just a drunk guy that was in desperate need of a ride home. And I got him there and he tried to offer me $10. And I was like, this was a 5-minute drive. Like, don't even worry about it. Just get out of my car. And yeah, and he was super grateful of it. And, like when I was driving away, I was like, even thinking like, Kyla, you're so crazy. Like you just hitchhiked. Like you literally like picked up a stranger and like gave him a ride. Like
Yeah.
you're crazy. You're insane. But like I said, call me gullible, call me whatever. Like, but I'm helpful. I'm a helpful person. Like if I see someone struggling, like I will go out of my way to help them, whether you're my friend or a random drunk stranger. Like if I can help you, I will. And yeah, that's my motto.
You're a good person. And
I know it's dangerous. Please don't give me the whole lecture. I hear it from everybody. I know it wasn't the smartest decision. I know. But it was all okay.
Yeah, no,
So
totally.
I wasn't picking up somebody like this. So I don't know if that like makes it any better.
I hitchhiked once where I was supposed to have a ride from New Hampshire back to New Jersey, and I could only get a ride as far as I think like Massachusetts or whatever, and I had to hitchhike. And this like group of like Mexicans came in, and was like, "Oh, hey, where are you going?" I was like, "I'm trying to get to New Jersey, McGuire Air Force Base." I saw like the military bag, and okay. And I was like, "Oh man, these guys had like tattoos on their necks," and I was like, "Am I gonna die here? Like, am I gonna get stabbed and robbed?" Like, but there's like, "Hey, listen, man, like you know, you keep going, like do what you need." Maybe they thought I was just a veteran, and maybe they didn't know that I was still in. And like you keep doing you, and it reminds me of um a post on Reddit. If you Google it, it'll come up as like today you, tomorrow me, where it was this guy that was once a racist that was in like San Diego and he was trying to go to like Mexico or whatever, and on the side of the road, and he's just like in this part of like this really Spanish town. It's like a lot of brown people. It's like, I don't know what to do. Like I can't ask people for help because he was like scared of like brown people. And this one guy coming up in like a beat up van, he's like, "Hey, you okay, man?" And I was like, I don't have a tire. Like I just whatever. Like he didn't have the tools, whatever. So he goes like, "Listen, I don't have like the equipment, but we can go up straight to like this like Home Depot or whatever." And he goes and comes back with the equipment to help change it. And this guy's like, "No, no freaking way." Like these guys just straight up help me. What's their game? What's their angle?
Everybody thinks there's an angle.
Yeah. So the guy,
there's people that are just nice.
I know. So the guy tries
There's
to
just
give
nice
him,
people.
this guy tries to give him like $40 or whatever. And this guy couldn't really speak too much English.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "No, no, 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 no. Today you, tomorrow me." Meaning like, hey, today's your day. Someone's gonna help you out today, but tomorrow I might need help, so someone's gonna help me out.
Yeah.
And the guy that wrote that on Reddit, I was like, oh my god, that
Love it.
admitting that he was a racist that was like scared of like minorities, and then just I don't know. I thought that took a lot of guts. I thought it took a lot of
Definitely.
yeah. Forget what we were talking about beforehand.
But I totally agree with you though. I totally agree with you. Like I mean, some people do like choose to see the worst in people instead. And then my question in my head is like, who hurt you? Kind of, I'm just
Yeah.
like how like I'm so sorry that like you've been like crossed by that many people to where you really think that like people are out to get you and like sabotage your life. But I am a heavy believer in karma, good and bad. So yeah, if I'm going out of my way to help people and like do what I can, I mean, I hope that when I'm in desperate need of help, that God sends me somebody, or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I just believe really in karma, and the energy you put out is the energy you receive. So yeah,
Yeah, no, I
be
agree.
a good person, and you'll get good things back eventually. Sometimes not immediately.
I think so as well.
Well, we're in the
Um,
Amazon world, everybody expects things like like today, tomorrow, like
yeah,
instant gratification. So karma works in mysterious ways, even in ways that you wouldn't even think, like, how is this beneficial? And then later on in life, you're like, oh, wow, that was beneficial. So you just never know.
I love that meme. It says like someone in like 2002. Oh, my shipment of whatever that was supposed to get here in 14 days arrived in
Yeah.
12 days. This is amazing. I love the internet. I love Amazon. And like
Yeah.
somebody in like 2022, if my cat coasters don't get here by tomorrow, I'm gonna kill myself. like,
Yeah,
people get so
exactly. I've never seen that meme, but that's like spot on. Like spot on. So spot on.
Shout out to Ty
That's the only
McDonough.
reason why that's the only reason why I'm a little nervous about our newer generation.
Yeah,
They're gonna expect things to be there, then, now, in my hand, instant. Like,
this is why I
life don't
love
work
him.
that way.
I don't know how, because you're still in are you Gen Y? You're Gen Y, right? Yeah, right.
I think
You're
I'm
not
Gen
Gen.
X. I'm in 96, baby.
That's Gen Y. Gen X is like in the
Is it?
80s. Yeah,
Oh,
Gen Y is
I'm
like
definitely not Gen
90.
X.
No, there's like two iterations of Gen Y. There's like Gen Y from like 88 to like 94, and then there's Gen Y from like 95 to like 99. Gen Z is like 2000 to wherever.
Interesting. Everybody
Um,
was telling me that I'm freaking, what do they call it? I don't even know. I'll have to tell you later if it comes to me. I was just like, what is that? So I guess that's what the generation's calling us now. The kids that wear Disney shirts and graphic tees with a plaid overall or like plaid like a
yeah.
you know yeah. I'm like, well, that's me. On.
Dude, there's so much. Like, so what I love and hate about this generation is that I love. I'll start with the love because gotta be positive. Is that I feel like the trans people are accepted by the younger generation the same way gay people was with ours.
Yeah.
I grew up on Friends, and Friends like one of the main characters was Susan, which is Ross's ex-wife, who was a
Mm-hmm.
lesbian.
Yeah.
And I feel like nowadays there's so many there's a lot of trans like characters or whatever, and a lot of the younger generation separated that. What I don't want to say that I don't like is it's not their fault. Like I've seen videos of like these parents that are at this like hotel room and is like, hey, like Shayla, come over here, and this guy like he hands the hotel phone because um he had just finished calling for a wake up call for like 7
Mm-hmm.
a.m. Here, hang this up for me, please. And the daughter grabs the phone and she's like, there's no button to like swipe. There's no button to hang up. Like how do I hang it up? And the dad's like, hang it up. And she's like, there's no button. And he's like, hang it up. And like for like
Put
three
it on
times
the
they go back
freaking
like,
hook.
there's no goddamn button. And the wife's like recording this because she's like hysterically laughing, like, babe, she don't know what that is. She hasn't been alive. Um and it,
Oh my
and
god.
and I hate that, but at the same time, that's just the way technology is going. And there's what I
Dude, have you
also
ever said the word MapQuest to a younger person?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Ask a younger generation, have you used MapQuest? They're gonna look at you confused as if they're gonna be like, MapQuest, what? I have GPS. Like,
Oh my God, you're right. They never noticed that we had to print out the directions from that MapQuest and
yes.
try to
And then
drive
you're like
all.
reading while like driving. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't have to drive because I was too young to drive, but I was the
yeah.
one that's like telling my parents and like my friends the directions. I'm like, okay, turn left, I think right here. Like right here.
Oh, that's great.
Having to look at mile markers and actually know where you're at, it was crazy, dude.
Yeah, dude, it's such a strange time, and I do feel like so. I gave my parents a lot of crap for like not
Oh,
understanding what like I was like going through like as a kid with technology and just well also me being adopted, so I was just completely different from them. Like I just
mm-hmm.
came out of the box different, from third world country, and they were all like
Yeah.
proper and stuff, and I was like, listen, I like my genes tell me to be completely old school. I don't need nothing. Um, but for like generations, it wasn't really that there wasn't too much difference between parents in like the 20s versus parents in like the 50s. Maybe like rock and roll was like the
Yeah.
big thing, but the technology difference is like okay, you go from having radio or like non-color, to like to non-color TV.
Mm-hmm.
And from like the 50s like the 80s, you go from non-color TV to having color TV. But the people that were born in like the 60s, 70s, 80s that were having kids in like the 90s, it's like and suddenly we have the internet and we're growing up with it and they don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
For the rest of the history of the world they didn't have that, and now they do, and they have to try to raise kids in that. I really do feel bad for them that
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was crazy. I was literally teaching my mom the computer. Like I was like, this is how you do this. She was like, where's your floppy disk? And I'm like, a what? What are you talking about, floppy disk? You mean my USB that I like plug in? Like, what are you talking about? So it's just funny. It's crazy. Even like in my 26 years of life, like even just outside of technology, just watching the city grow around me, it's crazy like how much like Colorado itself has expanded. Like where there was like farmlands is like cities, like suburbs now, like, you know, so like it's crazy just like even watching that development happen throughout your whole life. And then now, yeah, you think about like how Facebook was the straight tits, you know, like you like wanted to have the coolest layout, you wanted to have like the most like updated songs in your like playlist, so as soon as they opened up your like thing, like your profile, they were like listening to the jam like of the time, you know. Like that was the cool thing, you know, like that was so cool. And then MySpace got blown up by Facebook, which I really don't agree with. I feel like MySpace was like way above Facebook's time. Like Facebook like brought it back and made it hella simple for like old people, and it's like MySpace was where it's
Yeah, MySpace is so cool. We
it
heck
was so
Tom.
cool.
Tom gave
Yeah,
us
we had
everything.
Tom.
We turned our backs on Tom.
We did. Poor guy. How I wonder how he's doing.
I hope he's okay. I mean, I think he made a lot of money. I think he made like hundreds of millions of dollars. So I think he's
For
probably okay.
sure. And I'm pretty sure that MySpace is still a thing, but
Yeah.
it's just like a LinkedIn learning kind of thing now.
Oh,
Have
really?
you heard of LinkedIn?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually
Yeah.
doing a thing for LinkedIn in the next like month or so. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't got on myself, but like I'm pretty sure I heard a person say that it's like LinkedIn, like it's for business and like for like communication between like businesses now and stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's what MySpace is turned into now.
Yeah. That's what I
No,
think.
no hip hop and like flashy backgrounds now.
So you really got into MySpace in like the early 2000s. We had AIM. It was AOL Instant Messenger, and what you could do is if people wanted to try to message you, like if you were like online or you could leave like an away message, but you could also leave like a home page where you could type in um like different stuff on your homepage. Oh, he's not online, but I can take a look at his homepage. And you could leave whatever messages you want. It was super cringe. Like I left like craziest messages. It was god awful. Um, but then when you were online, you could have like a profile picture, which I chose like the flag of Peru, and I am somebody, and then you could have sound effects. So whenever I would message someone, they would get the message. They would hear a because I was like, oh, this is someone hitting the heavy bag, like
Yeah.
a 1-2. And this one lady messaged me with dogs barking, and my dog went crazy. I was like, "You got to take that off! You got to take that off! My dog's going nuts!" Um, that that was. It seems so primitive now. It
Yeah.
seems so. Do you? So I love technology, and I never want to let technology pass us by. But what are some of the bad things or cons that you think that some of this new technology might have on us and future generations?
Um, well, kind of to like bring it back to like your question like a while ago when you said what is something you regret. Now that I know that like technology is literally like the focus of the future, I wish I would have went into like coding or like some kind of like technical background. But okay, back to this question. I've always thought about that. Like, why was I not a web designer? Seriously. Um, yeah. But what was the question?
It was, how do you think technology,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
affects us and the future
Okay.
generations in a negative way, if at all?
So again, like I was saying earlier, the fact that like I need it now, like there's no exception, like prime it or it's just a waste of time, you know?
Yeah.
The like instant gratification because I mean, yeah, like I guess technology wise, you will get instant gratification. Like you get to just like look up on Google. Could you imagine having to go to a library every time you wanted to learn something new?
So,
Could you
so
imagine that? Could you imagine having to take a trip somewhere to another building, or owning like a whole bookshelf of like thesauruses and different shit to like look it up? Like, could you imagine that? No, because that was like hard work and like a lot to do to just learn something new. So I feel like, yes, it's like goes hand in hand. It's so nice to have like that at your convenience. Like it saves us so much time. It saves us so much energy and gas and whatever. Like however you want to look at it, it saves you all of that. But at the same time, then you become reliable on it. And say like the grid just like went out. Just say the grid went out. Who's gonna be able to last a month of the grid being out? Who? Who? Because I probably have like maybe 5 people on my hand that I can like think off the top of my head that would be like 100% totally fine without electricity in general. Yeah. So I don't know. Is like that like super crazy? I mean, I love to talk conspiracies, so like what's the likelihood of the grid going out? Okay, I agree. Like, what is the likelihood? But brr. But that's the only thing I worry about. And then I also see a lot of I am not judging you parents. I do not have a child. I don't know how stressful and crazy it is. I'm not hating. But it concerns me when a parent's first idea when their child is crying is to hand them a device. Watch cartoons.
Have you seen that?
Do this. I
haven't seen that.
Everywhere. Everywhere. I see it everywhere. Everywhere. Especially with like people that are my age with children. Oh, you're whining? Wow. Here's my phone. Oh, you're whining? Oh, you're 4 years old. You definitely need a tablet now. 4.
Oh,
I didn't even get my first cell phone until I was in high school.
Yeah, I was 15.
And I only had like texting and calling and basic stuff. I didn't even have the internet on my
router. Yeah, internet was expensive.
What are you talking about?
Back in the day.
Yeah. Those are the only things. I do know that nowadays they are a lot better at making like things like more like child friendly, like parent locking stuff. So like parents can like go in there and like edit like what they don't want their children to see and stuff, like on YouTube. Like if you're on YouTube, you could make it like a child YouTube or whatever. So I feel like they're like kind of making it like a little better. Because I already know like when I was a kid, my parents didn't want us listening to rap music. Well, I like rap music. I like I like trap drums, and I like I like it's not even really trap drums because that didn't really come until later, but like I like the beats, you know, and I like the sound of it. Like I just like it. Like I want to listen to it. And when I'm with my friends, I get to listen to it because their parents listen to it in their car. But when I get home, I have to like pretend like I don't even like that music at the time. What the heck? So there'll always be some kind of like exposure to that kind of stuff, you know. You can't keep your kids in a closet, and I understand that, especially the way I grew up. I know you can't keep your kids in a closet. Don't try, because it's going to be an epic fail. But that's my only concern. And I feel like I think I told you earlier, or maybe it was with one of my other interviews. I'm afraid that people rather be looking at their phones than enjoying their surroundings. I've been on a date where a guy was like constantly on his phone the whole time, and like, okay, bye. Like that was obviously the worst date ever, you know? Or like I've even been with like kids. I used to like babysit as a job, and there'd be like some kids that like literally would throw a fit if they didn't get to play video games. As soon as they got home, they just wanted to hop on their game until they ate dinner, and then after they ate dinner, they wanted to go hop back on their game again, and then they were mad when they were told to go to bed. It's like, child, like you're not mine, so I can't tell you what your schedule is for social media and stuff, but like, did you even do your homework? Like there's priorities and like things going on in like actual real life right now that you're just like not even caring about because you're so in tuned into this technology and like what's in front of you. You know, so that's the only things I worry about. I love camping. I love admiring nature. I love the main reason why I love going camping is because I don't have to focus on my phone for 3 days or longer, however long I'm camping. I love to put my phone away and not look at it. Like it's honestly kind of nice. It's like taking a vacation from
It is.
from social media and life. Like I love that. I love solitude and just like, you know, I love it, especially being in a forest, like living in a forest forever. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about. I hope that a lot of the parents are like kind of like keeping their kids on a schedule. Like you could only be on social media for so long, you know. There's just so many like what did you call it? I feel like you call it like scrolling something, like scroll brain or whatever, where you're just like stuck scrolling forever.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah,
happens.
it happens. And I'm definitely guilty of it. I'm not gonna lie. But that's what I'm saying. So that's the only thing I get worried about is that like people are gonna be so into like virtual reality that like they're not even, it might even get to the point where they're not even taking care of themselves, like eating
Yeah.
correctly, being active, getting enough vitamin D, like just literally being outside. So those are my like kind of concerns. um I feel like saying that makes it sound so negative for like what our NFT like movement is doing, but it's not meant to be like that because like even gaming now, like now we have the right to sell skins to you. Like now I get to actually use this skin that I bought and used for a while and I'm like, okay, I'm done with this skin, I'll sell it to somebody else. So
Yeah.
it just depends on how you're looking at it. You know what I mean? I think that this could be a great thing. Like now I actually get ownership of like what I paid for. It's not like, okay, 2K22 is out, so everything I bought in 2K21 is lost. Bam. Screw all that money I
Yeah.
put into those characters and that those outfits and everything, and now I just have to start over into this new game because I want to upgrade to the next game, you know. Now I get to actually like utilize this money that I've put into this. So that's why I believe in like NFTs in like the future, because I know that like for gaming and like things like that, it really does have like a good, it really does have a good roadmap or plan. It's just gaming is gaming. Don't make it your whole life. Please don't make it your whole life. Unless you're like actually getting paid. I mean, I know that there's people that go like play like Nintendo tournaments and like make bank because they're like bomb at video games. So that, I'm not
They
judging
do.
on that lifestyle either. If you're like a professional game player, dope, dude. Like what a dream life to live. Like that's super cool. But yeah, I don't know. Just rambling.
No,
That's what's on my mind.
I get that. Thank you for that answer. That was really well thought out. I felt like that was very passionate. And I agree. Like when I was saying before, when I had first joined the military and everyone's like, as soon as we get off work, knock on my door, Chavez, we're going out drinking. I was like, okay, I guess it's what we do in the military. Let's go. And then when I noticed it kind of slow down a little bit as I was, as the years went on, but then the big difference was when I came back from deployment and I was ready to party. I was ready, like, let's go, let's go. And everyone was like, nah, I'm just gonna stay in my room and play video games. I was like, listen, I clearly love video games. Like I love all that stuff, but we're going out. And I'd have to drag them like kicking and screaming. Like and
Yeah.
I 100% understand it. Like there's some times where friends are going out, but I'm having such good conversations on Facebook, or I'm having such good conversations on wherever. I was like, I feel like I won't get this if I go out and get drunk. And not that you have to get drunk when you go out,
Right.
but I feel like I think we're both in kind of that one foot in one camp and one foot in the other, where we're both having we both recognize and understand that older generation, like Casey Brown is like, have you ever used a rotary phone? And yeah, my grandma had a rotary phone, and I
That's
used
one of
it.
the ones where you have to go like this. My grandma
Yeah,
had
yeah,
that
yeah.
too.
They so I had stuff like that, but then also some people, even though technology is kind of, can bring us together and make us all connected, there are some people, like JL says, that some people are losing social skills. Like nowadays, I feel like there are more
Seriously.
memes. Yeah, of
That's what
people
I'm
saying,
worried about. Like kids that like have just been faced in a screen their whole lives. Like it's not bad to be introverted. I'm not saying it's bad to be introverted. Like not at all by any means. I'm not saying that. But when you'd rather be in your own world, in your own head before like actual reality, like that's not healthy. Like you need to be able to communicate with people. Unfortunately, like I mean, I guess you could be like a web designer and work on your own and not have to really deal with a team or people. But like in reality, most jobs you have to work with people. You have to have communication. You have to have these skills to like grow and like build yourself.
yeah,
So that's definitely concerning when like this kid doesn't even want to talk to anybody because he's too busy worried about his games or she's too worried about hopping on Facebook to talk to her friends, like I know how that is because I was the same way in high school. I just like I didn't really pay attention to my phone much in class because I really did like want to learn and like get my education and get good grades and stuff. So as soon as I got out of school or out of practice, like I would be face phone, like because I didn't have any other time during the day to do it. So could I have like went and worked out or like gone and like been more productive, played more basketball, like took that to like a career, like you know what I mean? So I don't know. Just really depends. It really just really depends on your goals and
yeah.
stuff like that.
And I feel like people not having social skills wouldn't be a big deal if the population was still going up. But I feel like the population of Earth is going down, and it's like that has to
Why
be
else do
because
you think that they banned abortions? Okay, sorry. I do not actually want to get
oh,
on that
because
topic.
no,
I
no,
don't want
no,
to get on
go.
that topic. Please, let's not. I don't want people to hate me. Please don't. Just
I,
don't.
so wait, we can move away from that, but I just want to know, was that coming from a conspiracy point of view, or was that coming from a activist point of view, or both?
Both.
Okay,
Okay, so like, okay. All conspiracies,
yeah,
nothing's
which I love.
actual.
I love conspiracies. Go.
Okay, COVID hits. All these speculations and conspiracies of its man-made disease, right? I mean, every 100 years we have a pandemic. Do you think that that's like some random coincidence? I don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Um, so was it a population control kind of test? Who will follow suit? Who will go get this who will go get this vaccine because we tell them to? Who will fight against it? You know what I mean? Is this a test to see how controlling of the population are we,
yeah,
Um so that's a test. Okay. Now we're going to pass this bill secretly overnight so that nobody knows that it's happening. Um, okay, now everybody has to have children with or without your own rights to choose. You have to
yeah.
because you got pregnant. Um, is that part of population control as well? You guys realize that people don't want children in this age and decade of where we're all not all of us, but a good majority of us are literally like struggling, living paycheck to paycheck. How many homes in America do you actually think can have children and like raise them and be like financially stable? Not many, you know. Um, maybe I'm just being a dippy downer, but I come from like the poor side, so I'm just speaking from experience. Um, that's like my biggest thing. Like I've always wanted to have children. I've always said I wanted to have two twin boys. I thought that would be so cool. Two, one and done. I don't have to even get pregnant again. I that was like my dream. Twins run in my family. I have a twin brother. My little brother and sister are twins. My mom's brothers are twins, and then her dad was a twin. So
That
every
runs in the
generation we've
family.
had twins.
Yeah,
Yes. And so for the longest time, I wanted twin boys so they could be athletic together, or like one could be like more into like choir and acting, and one could be in sports, whatever they wanted to do. I'm not gonna like make them do something, but yeah, like that was like what I wanted for the longest time. But nowadays, the only thing that even stops me, like first thing, I guess, not only thing, there's plenty, but first thing that stops me from wanting to have children is financial stability. I mean, yes, if I could like have the finances to like be a stay-at-home mom and like raise my kids on my own, knowing that I'm doing it the way I want, then maybe I'll be more open to it. But like, I have to work a full-time job, especially if I were to get pregnant right now, I would be freaking out. I would have to like work more overtime than I already do now. I like
Jeez,
Austin would
yeah.
probably have to go pick up a second job. I would probably work a second job until I was to the point where I couldn't work a second job. You know what I mean? Like finances would be stressing, like
Yeah.
pressing. So I don't know. Like, am I crazy? Do you think that's crazy? To like, I know that everybody, if you've ever like met a parent and like said that you want to be more financially stable, they're always like, you'll never be to the point where you're financially stable for a kid. So why are you having them? Like, I know that you like want them and you just like want to have a life. I mean, yeah, some people are like, I would do this struggle over and over and over again to like have the family I had, which is beautiful. Like, I totally agree with that. Um, but for me, I almost like I'm just to the point where I'd rather live that Bay life. Like if I'm gonna be having any extra money, like why would Austin and I not go like travel? Like instead of like have to like buy diapers and formula and clothes and schooling and nannies. Like, do you know how much daycare costs? Oh my God,
Well, like
bro.
2,000 a month or something.
My cousin had her third baby a few months ago, and now she's a stay-at-home mother because it made more sense for her to quit her job and stay home to watch the children than work because how much they were paying in daycare was more than she was making. So if that doesn't like put it into perspective for you, like no wonder people don't want children. We're in recessions, like every time we turn around, fucking America is not doing anything to get out of the hole we're in. We're
Yeah.
just gonna keep printing out paper and calling it money, and we're just gonna like we're never gonna get out of the hole we're in. So I don't know. I don't know.
So that
Now I feel like I'm sounding so negative. I'm not a
Oh
negative
no,
person, you guys.
so there's a lot to go over there, and I'm glad you brought it up. Jeremy Padower asked a question, I think yesterday, saying, "What's the most undervalued profession?" And I don't know if it'd be considered a profession, but being a mom,
Or even a
st-
dad. Dads could be stay-at-home dads. I've met
that's
plenty of
true.
women that are like the women. Like I'm we're not in the roaring 20s, like I just told you. We're not there anymore. Like the
Yeah.
woman could be the breadwinner. Don't make it a masculinity thing. Like it's okay. But anyway, go on. Bernie, look at what, Bernie Sanders, right? Or no, not Bernie
What
Sanders. What
about
the fuck? Not
what about
Bernie Sanders.
AOC? I feel like the Democrats are always lumped in, like AOC or Nancy Pelosi or the and
I don't know.
Feinstein. Okay.
Skip. I don't want to talk politics. I hate talking politics. I
Oh,
don't
that's
just
fine. That's
no.
fair. Um, I feel like for stay-at-home parents, whether it's mother or dad, it's such a financial disincentive to do that because or financial disincentive to have kids in general. And
Yeah.
and just full disclosure, I'm very selfish and I like my alone time and I like sex and I like money and I like the freedom to do what I want when I want. And I feel like with kids, you just can't do that.
For 18
Um,
years of your life.
I mean, you could, if you really wanted, you can get like an au pair, you can get a nanny, and you could be like a parent who's really not there. I don't know if I want to do that.
Well, that's
So
what I'm saying. Like, that's why I was saying, like, if I could be a stay-at-home mom and do it how I want it, because this is also negative, but sorry, like cases have gone up, so I'm not just gonna ignore it either.
yeah,
Like child molestation and stuff like that. Like, I don't know if I'm even allowed to say that on YouTube, so sorry
no,
if you like get in trouble.
that's about it. No,
Um,
that's fine.
but like those numbers have skyrocketed, and if you've never looked them up, I don't know if you should Google that, but yeah, it's
Probably don't want to
not
Google
good.
child
It's
molestation. You probably don't
no,
want to
you
do
don't, but the rates have gone up immensely. And
that.
like, so do you want to trust some random stranger with your children?
Oh, that's a good point.
And do you have parents that you're willing to drop your kids off, and like were your parents good enough to you to where you trust them to raise your children the way you want them to be trained, or not trained but like raised? Because I know from my own like experience with some friends and family is like the way that they were raised, like they're happy the way they grew up and like I said, like developed through their struggles. But they would never trust their children to like just be with their mother or father by themselves. Like not because of what I said earlier, that would be horrible, but just because like they don't know if they will raise them the way they want them to be raised. Are you gonna teach them to like clean up after themselves, or are you just gonna let them like run through your house rapid and like have toys everywhere? Or are you going to be the kind of person that like makes them clean up one mess and then go to the next toy, like all those kinds of things. Like I'm a super overthinker too, so
No,
maybe that's
that's
my
good.
problem,
No, that's
but
good.
I overthink all those kinds of things. So
I,
having children scares the shit out of me, to be honest. Like especially in this day and generation, it scares the living crap out of me. So
yeah, I think it's good that you overanalyze things because that makes you think of things that other people might not be aware of. It makes you think of things that other people aren't thinking of. So now you can go and say like, "Oh, hey, I've thought about this, so I have this solution." Now, there's a let's say if I were to drop this bottle. Let's say I had
yeah,
two of these bottles and I were to drop it. And one bottle just shatters into pieces and it's a pain in the butt to clean up and it's broken and it'll never be the same.
yeah,
But then the other bottle I drop and then it becomes like a jagged weapon and you could
yeah.
just it is the strongest thing. It's like, oh, don't go like this is I the reason why I bring that up is I don't know why certain things happen. Like you could have it's like that nature versus nurture. You could have two
Hmm.
people that are loved the same, two babies that are loved the same, treated the exact the same, and one becomes like the greatest person ever, and one becomes like a serial killer, like whatever. There's yeah, no, right.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you.
So if I were to say like, hey, let's say me, like I didn't have the greatest upbringing, even though I was, a lot of the time I was raised by my grandma, which I spent all the summers there,
Same, same.
and yeah, and I love her for that, and I miss her. Um, she was just a grandma. She was like one of those like made me buttered toast and just let me watch movies, and we just awesome, awesome,
Yeah.
awesome lady. And but the like how much of my formative years came from her, how much I think like where I was starting to grow up and become like a man, or at least needed like a real male influence. Like my the person that adopted me, the father figure was working all the time. I didn't really have that, so it was cartoons and it was anime because cartoons like a lot of people in like their 50s or 60s might not know that cartoons, oh, that's kid stuff. Yeah, a lot of it is, but a lot of it does have lessons at the end. Like, hey, there's a
Yeah.
lesson in each episode, and it teaches you like
Unless it's SpongeBob.
unless it's SpongeBob, that's true. So, yeah, I'm so
But
glad
tell me not.
I'm, I'm
Sorry.
no, that's fine. That's totally true. It's a good counter argument. I'm so glad like Dragon Ball Z, which taught you to like stand up for weaker people and like to help those that like Android 16 said, it is not a sin to fight for the right cause. And there are those who words alone will not reach. And it says a cell is such a being, and it's because you cherish life that you must protect it. And that's what helped me get into boxing when I was younger. And Pokemon say like, hey, like if you're cold, sacrifice your own shirt to keep the Pokeballs warm. But then the Pokemon like, no, no, we'll all be cold together. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, so that teaches you sacrifice and the hero. And I feel like things like, let's say Land Before Time,
Yeah.
where
I love
Sarah,
that movie.
Oh, dude, there's so good.
Okay.
There's one quote. I haven't seen this movie in years, like 20 something years. There's one quote by Sarah's dad, the Triceratops guy, um, that said, I know violence and I know anger, and if that's all you teach your kid, that's all your kid will be able to express to others. And I was like, whoa. And because my people that adopted me were not always gentle when disciplining, so I was looking to think like why, and then Land Before Time had taught me that's just it's like that quote from Gilmore Girls when Lorelai says like, "Hey, there's a frog and a scorpion," and the frog, the scorpion says like, "Hey, frog, carry me on your back, to get to the other side so we don't drown," and then the frog's
Mhm.
like, "Wait a minute, how do I know that you're not going to sting me with your scorpion tail when we're halfway over there?" Scorpion says, "Why would I do that? I would
Then
drown
I'm gonna
too."
sink with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll sink with you. And then the frog's like, "Oh, that's a good point." So the frog takes him on his back and he swims, and the scorpion stings him. And the frog says, "Why did you do that? We're both going to die now." And the scorpion says, "That's just my nature." And it took me until I think like Gilmore Girls said that, Lorelai Gilmore said that, I was like, "Oh, okay. It wasn't my parents' fault for being not always so gentle with me and being very physical with me in not a good way, because that's what their parents had taught them. That's what
Yeah.
exactly what Sarah's dad from Land Before Time said. If you're only exposed to that when you're younger, that's all your kids are going to be able to express to others." And it took me, so I'm
Unless
glad
you're
that,
like that small, like 10% of people that like can like learn lessons from others' mistakes and you don't have to learn the hard way yourself. Because I kind of went through that too. Um, I feel like I watched like a lot of bad things happen throughout like my childhood,
yeah,
and I told myself like I would never repeat that. Like I would never allow myself to be abusive like my father. I'm literally I broke up with men because like they've gotten aggressive while being like drunk or whatever, and I'm like, nope, like straight nope, like bye, like peace,
yeah,
nope, trigger, bye, like huge red flag. Um,
good,
so
good, good for you.
there is also like that small 10% that will do the exact opposite because they would never want someone else to feel the way they did too.
Yeah, that's why I don't think I could have kids, because I know that, I like my alone time, and I like, I can deal with people, and like, yeah, I can deal with people that are incredibly annoying. Military taught me a lot of things, like to ignore weather, pain, eat things that make like a billy goat puke, and to deal with, frustrating people.
Yeah.
But you know that when you're dealing with people in like real life, it's only for a certain amount of time.
Hmm.
You don't go home with them, you don't live with that. Like, I don't think I'd be a good dad. The times where we would like build Legos together and go Pokemon cards, like video games, and nerd out together would be
And
great.
do things that you enjoy.
Yeah, I'd love that. But like, what if
Yeah.
when I was younger, I used to dance. When I was 19 in 2010, I started out as a doorman at a strip club, and then I danced for a summer when they had ladies' night. What if that particular part of my genes goes into my kid? My kid just wants to dance, and my kid, and like, I don't know too much about that. I don't know what to do. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you try to love them as best you can, but at that point, like, hey, I don't know anything about this. You're gonna have to learn from this, and this person.
Yeah.
Like, is there something that you were really into that your parents weren't?
Lots of things. Especially when I was younger, when my parents were married, they were like super religious and like we were in Christian schools when we were younger. This is why I kind of said like the you can't keep your kids in the closet thing earlier.
No.
It's because um, that's what my parents did to us. We went to Christian schools. We went and only hung out with like uh, Christian oriented people. So I
Oh
grew
wow.
up always thinking that people were trying to be the most godly self and like their truest, most nice self. Um, they don't want to like disappoint God. Like I didn't want to disappoint God. Um, you know? And
Yeah.
so once my parents divorced, and my mom obviously can't afford to put us in Christian schools by herself. My dad never paid child support. So when I say this, like, my mom literally was doing it on her own with the help of my grandparents. My dad was a construction worker, so he would just, as like the first year, he kind of like was there, and then after that, he just went and got like under the table jobs, and like so he was unemployed, and so there was no money to take from him or whatever. Even like if she tried to fight it in court, they said like he's not employed, so we can't do anything.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we were like only showed one side of life, you know. We were like in a circle. We were literally in a closet of like, this is how life is. And then when my parents divorced and we started going to public schools, kids were cussing out teachers, throwing desks and books and markers and like whatever they can, like at teachers, and like being rude, and like kids were being jumped on the playground. I went to like a school where it was like first grade to high school. So
Yeah.
like at lunchtime, I was the little fourth grader hanging out with high schoolers. Like, so it was
What
pretty
did you
crazy.
learn? Yeah, what did you learn from that? Like there had to be some amazing things that you probably shouldn't have known, but was passed on to you.
Oh yeah, like I learned a lot. I learned how to like hustle, and that I can like do illegal activities like selling weed and like make a lot of money. Always since I was young, I've always done like yard work. So my mom obviously didn't really have money to like buy me like new basketball shoes or like new clothes for school and stuff. So every summer, that's what I would do. I would just go knock on my neighbors' doors, and I almost like had regulars to a point after I did it for so long. And I would just be like, "Hey Grace, I'm gonna come mow your lawn now," you know. And so I was mowing lawns as a kid. I was raking leaves as a kid. I was shoveling walks as a kid. I did what I could to like make money so that I could buy my basketball shoes, get more clothes so I can like have new clothes for this school year. Um, yeah, like I learned how to be a hustler. Like I learned how to like get my own, you know? Like I said, I just literally learned how to be independent, like, and not rely on other people.
Yeah.
So so um like I said, like in a way, like yeah, I can look back and be like, if my parents stayed together and I could have went to Christian schools, and like I could have met like a nice Christian boy and like la la la. But like I don't even count myself Christian anymore. I won't put myself in a box of religion and like, oh, I only believe this and I only believe that. Like I'm more of a spiritual person. Like I definitely believe like there's a God or a higher power. I'm very more into like karma and energy. So if anything, like I've like studied a lot more in like Buddhism. Um, I wouldn't say I'm Buddhist either because I don't practice the same stuff, but I'm just more of a spiritual person. I don't label myself a Christian anymore.
Yeah.
And of course, some of my family like shuns me for it, and I'm sorry that I've grown up and like found my own beliefs and paths, but it's what I did. So my grandma is like super duper duper religious. She'll tell like if you're ever like to meet her, she will just tell you the Bible back and forth. Like that's her thing. Like she loves it, and like that's totally good. Like I'm glad she's passionate about something, like a true believer, you know. I honestly do believe that she's kind of like a guardian angel to me. Like when she passes, um I'm gonna feel like I lost my guardian angel. Um but like the one person that prays for me anymore. But you know, I don't know. It's just so crazy like when you go through certain things. And for a long time I was like mad at God for like putting me in the position I was in. And now I just like look at things so much differently than when I was younger, and like blaming all my problems on like God. And like even if it is God, he's going to put you through those struggles so that you can become the person you are meant to be. I don't know if you've ever heard that meme
Yeah.
or quote.
God
Uh,
won't give you anything that you can't handle.
yeah, or like I prayed for strength, so God gave me um God gave me things to overcome to give me strength. So he gave them problems so that they can get strength to overcome them, you know? I prayed for like perseverance. So all these things are like trying to stop me from like the road that I'm trying to be on. And it's just because I need to push those out of the way so I could be perseverant. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
like it really is like how you perceive it, you know? Yes, you can be the kind of person that dreads everything and like wants. I mean, the reason why I say this is because my dad is like a pity party person. Like anytime I've ever talked to him, I haven't talked to him for a couple years now. He doesn't even know I'm engaged. He doesn't even know, like, he does know I own a house. Like,
Wow.
whoa, yeah. But the last time I ever talked to him, he was just like having this huge pity party for himself about how he wishes he did everything better so he would have a better relationship with us, and how he knows that he messed up everything. And it's just like, it's one thing for you to say that and then show actions to prove your words that you're sorry for that and like show up and start being there. But he never did, you know? So like, you can sit here and cry about your life and like want me to feel bad that like you didn't have the opportunity to like be a father, but you did. You just didn't take it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I feel you 100% on that, and I wish that there was a way to show people like how they're acting in a certain moment, and like you can just press a record button and then play it back for them when they're not in that mood. Like, hey, this is what you were
Exactly.
like.
Yeah.
My friend Charlie Durso used to say that it's not what you're going through, it's what you're going to.
Yeah.
And he would mention that there was a failed experiment in like the late 2000s where people were investing in rocket ship travel, where you'd be able to go to like Austin to like Florida in like 30 minutes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And and obviously the project, didn't take off, no pun intended. It was, but it was the fact that most of the inertia to take off started at the beginning. Most of the fuel and most of the fire and energy that it started at the beginning. Once you're like there, once you're up, then you can continue. Then you can go on, and then you can go and kind of glide. And I really like that is because you really had to go in and pay your dues early, and you had to go and say like, hey, this is something that I have to sacrifice for, and I hope that the younger generation recognizes that it's
Yeah.
not just that they delay their gratification a little bit.
Definitely.
Going back to the conspiracy theory, going back to what you say, like the pandemic, it's so interesting how like the economy was more focused on like paying out these older people, then suddenly a disease comes along that just happens to target older people. I don't know if that's real,
How
but
else
I
do
do
you
look.
think the US is paying back their debt? I mean, whoops, sorry.
Oh, we bet it's my cat's the breadwinners. Release the episode. Yeah. So this is what like I don't understand about America. It's like people were so focused on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, which love Johnny Depp. Glad that all that stuff is out. But the Ghislaine Maxwell trial.
America is all about distractions. They're not like, okay, I'm not saying I wish I lived in like a communist community. I'm not saying wish I lived where like there was dictatorship. No, I'm not saying that at all. But in China, they know the rules, they know the regulations. You break them, you're fucked. If you don't, you're good. Like there's no black and white. There's no gray area. It's just black and white. Like this is what it is. America, they're so afraid to release things to the public. They do not want us to think for ourselves. They want to decide for us.
Yeah.
So they are willing to distract us with anything. Like everybody that was following the Johnny Depp case, like look at what you're paying attention to. You're paying attention to Johnny Depp, and you're paying attention to Trump making people infiltrate the fucking
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's what you're
generous
paying
system.
attention to now. And then you wake up in the morning and guess what? Now you can't have abortions. Like, they distract you from the real things that are going on in life. That is what media is for. If you think that they created the news to like sit there and actually educate you, they somewhat did, but it's also a huge distraction. Pay attention to this so that we can do this over here. It's always
Yeah.
been that way. It's always been that way. Look throughout history. That's what they've done this whole time throughout everything. So I feel like that's one reason why I'm such a conspiracist, is because I am proud to be an American, because I don't have to like worry about a war being here, and I don't have to worry about walking 10 miles just to get some water, you know? Like, I'm appreciative. Like, by any means, I'm not trying to like come off as like a greedy ass, like ungrateful person, but like, I don't believe in our government. I don't. Like, if I'm sorry, I just don't believe in our government. If the government tells me one thing, I'm going to think of 10 other reasons why they told me this before I believe it. You know what I mean? So,
I
I
do.
don't know. That's just how
I
my experiences have been.
no, I understand that 100%. And I was the biggest Alex Jones conspiracy theory up until I joined the military. And it wasn't like I was like brainwashed or whatever. It
Yeah.
was because that I saw that the some of the people that were in charge of like multi-million dollar equipment, and some people that are in charge of, billion-dollar operations,
Yeah.
that like don't know how to work a computer, and that were just people. And it's just like the amount of like stuff, like wartime operations that would go on, that would be contingent
Mm-hmm.
on the amount, on the font that would go into the slideshow that you're using them. Oh, this font might be better for this general. This like is absolutely mind blowing. And
Yeah.
and I feel like a lot of people give the government too much credit, because government doesn't know what they're doing at all,
No.
and they're
They're
always
just
behind.
humans like us. They're
Yeah,
just humans like us. The only difference is they're on the inside and they know everything. So they have to be all shh, shh, hush, hush, secret, secret. Don't let this go out. Hey, we're gonna fucking say people are crazy, and even put them in loony bins for saying that UFOs are real. And then 10 years later, we're gonna say, oh yeah, guess what? UFOs are real. It's such a joke. Like,
oh dude, that's so wild that the government for years says like marijuana is a class 1 drug, and anyone who does it's a derelict.
imagine how many people have done serious time over selling weed,
Yeah.
and now it's legal. Like, you could go get it medicinally, you could go get it just because you want it, because you're 21 and you can smoke it now. Like, can you imagine being a 56-year-old man and you're like, I literally am now just getting out of jail for selling a gram of weed to somebody, and now it's legal? Like, could you imagine, like, how mad would you be? How upset would you be? There's
I
still people still serving time because they got in trouble before it was actually implemented. So they're still in jail for something that is legal
I would so I
now.
and
That's
this
crazy to me.
I think that the government, or at least the powers that be, whether it be the Trilateral Commission, or whoever,
Hmm.
doesn't see black or white. They might just see rich versus poor. It's like, oh, these poories are just whatever.
I'm
Let's
glad
figure a
you
way to.
said that, because like, I'm not going to say like the Black Lives Matter movement wasn't like a good purpose, because the people that were actually protesting instead of like rioting, they were doing it for a good cause. But
Yes, I'm glad you made that distinction.
but but the government puts us against each other as another distraction. Look at it as a racial problem. It's not a racial problem. It's a freaking money problem. It's rich against poor at this point. It is not. It's poverty against rich. It's not against black and white. I grew up in a school where most of the kids were colored. I was a minority. I was the only white person in the school. Like, so stop thinking skin color. Get that out of your head. Like, I know media and like people are trying to like embed that in your brain, but and unfortunately some people still are racist, and I can never understand that small-minded thinking. I can never assume someone's a certain way because of their skin color. I can't do that. I know of multiple Mexicans that are just as white as me, blonde hair, blue eyes, and you would never know they were Mexican, but they're from
Tap
Mexico.
trades.
They're straight Mexican. Like,
Tap trades is
stop
half
looking
Mexican.
at color. Stop looking at color. Appreciate, when I say that, appreciate culture. Appreciate culture. Do not belittle people, or like, you know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean by when I say
Yeah,
that?
no, I know.
Because
I
there's
understand.
definitely a difference between like culture and skin color.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. Appreciate culture, but stop looking at it as black versus white or Mexican versus black people or vice versa, all of it. Like, we're not against each other. We're all trying to move to the same thing where we're equal, where we're thriving together. I mean, that's what I want. I
Yeah.
don't want to be looked at as the girl that's been handed everything. You know how annoying it is when people look at me and think that I've had everything handed to me by my parents, when I literally, since the age of 10 years old, I've been making my own money to make my own life, like what I want it to be. Do you know how annoying and like grinding of gears it is to like that people just think I'm privileged and deserved, or and like just was handed everything that I've worked for? No, I don't. I hate that. But because I'm a white female, I was handed everything in my life, and I'm given everything because I'm so privileged, you
Uh,
know?
I hate
Um,
that probably more
and
than
I hate
any.
to say that, like, because I don't want people to think that that I'm saying like, oh, poor white people. Because like I understand, like, yes, all these racist white people that run our government, I understand that. Those people are the problem. We under here are not the problem. Them,
Yeah.
they are the problem. So look at it like that. Don't look at it as me against you. I want equal playing fields. I don't even understand why I have to put my ethnicity on a job application. Tell
Yeah.
me why. Why do I have to tell you that I'm white? Why do I tell you I'm Mexican? Oh, because there's a law that all corporate companies have to have 5% minority? Oh,
Yeah.
so you're telling me that you're literally manipulating people from like getting jobs. So like, let's focus on those problems and let's work on those things. Let's pass a bill where I don't have to put my ethnicity on a freaking application. Why do
Yeah.
you care? Why does that matter? That has nothing to do with this job at all. You don't need to know if I'm white, black, Mexican, Puerto Rican. You don't need to know any of that. You don't need to know if I'm Native American. You don't need any of that information. What does that do for you? Tell me.
Yeah.
It doesn't
There's
do anything.
there was a movie that came out. I forget what it was called, where it was a bunch of black guys at like a call center. And there's this one older black guy that says, like, hey, listen, you can't talk in your normal voice. You have to talk in your white voice. Oh, hey, my name's Marvin. Yeah, we're gonna go. And when they talk in their
Yeah,
white
I've
voice,
seen that.
yeah, it was so good. They get like more sales. It's such a good thing.
Yeah,
It's so funny.
yeah,
Um, but like even today, where I was at this place called Shiro's, which is like a hibachi place, there was whites, Asians, blacks, brown people there, and everyone was so no one cared about it. Right? They were just excited that like, oh hey, this person is like pulling out a bunch of fire out of this grill, and he's just chopping up a bunch of stuff and flipping rice to people, and they're catching it in their mouths. I
yeah,
feel like if there was no news, if there was no media, if there was no government,
yeah.
people would just get along so well. Like people would go and just say like, you're. I was like, I get, and it'd be like positive, like, um, what's it called? Like, not racist, but positive things where you associate different things. Like, oh, you're brown. I bet you have really good Mexican food, or I bet you can really
Yeah,
cook really good Peruvian
definitely.
food.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like when I would go to like any
That's
military
like
base.
the worst. That's like the worst thing, and like almost like hardest thing to get over is stereotypes.
That
Stereotypes, because the reason why it's a stereotype is because a lot of the majority of the group does fit in the stereotype. That's why it's a stereotype in the first place. You know, we wouldn't start saying it if it wasn't majority that was doing that, right?
yeah
So stereotypes suck, and they really do, because I make some fire Mexican food, like,
yeah
bet. I could be your little
Do you?
Latino wife. Yes,
Oh,
I make fire Mexican
oh,
food
can you cook
because
really
it's
well?
always been my favorite. I can
Oh,
cook well. Yeah.
oh, dude, I need to fly you out. I need to. I'm so. I cook like salmon and chicken and eggs. It's not that
I
good.
love
I
all
put.
that too. I just love Mexican food. It's so good. I
So
always
there.
want authentic Mexican food. And like I'm the person that goes to like I don't know if you have a haciendas around, but like that is the whitest Mexican food you'll ever have. You know what I mean? Like it's not
Yeah.
authentic at all. It's Americanized to the fullest. Like so I get it, you know? Like
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
I hate the. So there was this girl. I forget her name. She had a dog named Maybe though. I remember that her dog was named Maybe. There's this cute little white thing like a Maltese, and we were just talking about. We were just having an interesting debate. We were just talking. It wasn't
Yeah.
violent. It wasn't like threatening or whatever. And she had said something about I don't know, first rich or whatever. And I was a slightly poorer than she was at the time. And I was like, girl, check your privilege. And I just said it as a joke. And she's like, you know what? You're right, because she happened to be white. She's like, I should check my privilege. I'm sorry about that. I was like, oh no, dude, I was joking. Like no, it's okay. Like and the fact that there was a hashtag going on a while back, which I participated in. It was called "It's Okay to Be White," where I feel like a lot of people, I feel like it doesn't matter if you have an interesting perspective or if you have an interesting point of view, you should share it. That's what like the freedom of speech is. That's what like I fought for. That's what I served for. But there was like this thing going on where a lot of people were trying to like cancel culture people saying like, oh, if you're white, you shouldn't have an like an opinion. I
Yeah.
was like, but they're like the majority that's an entire like 60% of people. You're just rejecting their opinion, and a lot of their minds are really good. And I don't know. The media went so far left at one point, and I don't know if they still are or not. I don't really have a.
That's what they do. They're trying to turn us against each other so we don't look at the bigger problems. Telling
Yeah,
you
dude, it's so.
conspiracies, but I'm telling you. Just like the whole Ebola thing.
Yeah, I remember in 2014, I had a couple of
Yep.
friends deployed to Africa that were trying to handle the Ebola thing, and they were fine. They got tested, whatever, when they were coming back. And the crew on the C-17 that was supposed to take them back to America, they like wouldn't talk to them. They'd be like, "Oh, we're gonna put your food and your sandwiches on this like cart. We're gonna roll it to you. Don't come near us." It's like they're fine. It was they had a
Yeah.
quarantine thing, but it was some people are so I forget what that's called, where they're so like disgusted by things. They're the people that tend to, and I hate to, I don't mean to bash on the super far right, but this is what happens. The people that are more like upset, like I made this point the other day with about, let's say, like Vaders. In the future, in like a year from now, when you're able to differentiate, oh, this Darth Vader ultra rare had like one or two owners. It's pretty clean. It's fine. Versus a Darth Vader that had like 14 different owners. Mo- some people on like maybe like the super far left might be like, this one that had 14 owners.
He was a homie hopper. Don't
Yeah,
pick him up. Don't pick
yeah,
up the
that's.
homie hoppers.
But some people might be disgusted by that, and they might just say like,
Right.
"Oh, ew, he's been with so many different people. I don't want him."
But yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. I don't.
Okay, but now when we put I wanted to say this while you were saying that in your video. I was like, but what about this? Okay.
Go.
So your 41 mint,
Mhm.
it you sold it, it bought, it bought, it bought, it bought, it bought. It's the first mint.
Yeah.
Still, it's the first mint. It's been through 20 people. Are you gonna be the 21st?
I
Are you?
think there
It's
will
still the
be.
number one mint.
That's true. It's true. It will be, unless they decide to hand some out after that. But I think that there will be people that will go and say it's the 40 number one mint. They don't care how many owners
For sure.
are, and those people are going to be the one to raise that price if it's that if it's let's say been through 20 owners, whatever. That group of people that don't care will raise the price a certain amount. But then there's going to be certain people that say like, hey, number 42, which I know has had two owners, but let's just pretend it's only had one. So I only had one owner. Number 42 has only been owned by one person. Whatever group is bigger is going to be the one that rises the most. They're both going to rise. They're both going to have a significant, increase as opposed to the floor, just because of the mint numbers in general. But I can't say which one right now is going to be the group that is bigger. I don't know.
It's interesting, and especially if they like do like what you said, where like they're like, okay, if you could pick up a one or a mint that, or not even a mint, a collectible that has had 4 owners already. How interesting and fun would that be? Honestly, I think that's fun. I'm like, okay, so who has this? Give it to me. And then that person's probably like, just like any other thing, like if you had a low ass mint, you're like, oh, I was number 3. Perfect. I get to list this thing way up here now because boy, if you want that, you gotta get it.
I agree
So
100%. And
that
no,
would
Casey,
be interesting for sure.
it would be. Casey Piranha, I did not sell that 41. I have it with me. I'll be with me for a while. Question from Asaya. How much OMI do you have stacked? It's over 100,000 OMI, right?
You?
You.
Me?
He was asking you.
Yeah, I think it's either about or a little over 100. I have to go double check.
Get it.
Yay.
Good.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm hoping now I like just want to be in the millions, so
It's addicting. And I think you can get it. I think and again, well, I could tell you because you're my friend and you're not a random person on the internet. I think whatever short-term vicissitudes you have to get over in the next couple of months, that will go away. Like you're like whatever happens in the next couple of months, whether good or bad, that will end. And as Omi moons, you'll have a lot more opportunities to do whatever you want. You'll have I mean, just in general, and again, there's only 32 people here. I think I'm comfortable saying this. I
I'm
take
surprised
care of
there's
my.
still 32.
Yeah, I
Nice.
know we've been going
Thanks
for
for
almost
staying
four
strong,
hours.
yo. Yeah.
I take care of my friends, and I am selfish. So when I do things, I want to do things with my friends. If I ever want to do something, probably gonna have to be like, hey, you're coming, and I'm gonna make sure you get there one way or the other. And it's I think the more OMI you have, the better. And I think that as long as you can still pay your bills, as long as Loki's life, the quality of life does not change, I think that amount of OMI can go into, or that amount of money that you're making can go into OMI because of what I think I see over the next 6 to 12 months and beyond.
Well,
So
and this is why I keep telling you I'm not going to be able to make it to any of the cons this year. My focus is to literally stack my stuff right now. Like this is the
yeah,
stack year. And maybe next year I could have a little more fun. But I mean, I've been on stack year for like a couple of years now. But that's okay because that's what happens when you don't like come from money or like have a lot of yourself and you want to invest into things. So yeah, I mean, I love you and I love the community and I can't wait to all meet you guys all in person. Like I
yeah,
literally so stoked for that day, but it's just like every time I look at plane tickets and it's like $1,000,
yeah.
1,200 because it would be
Oh God, no. Okay, she's back. Okay, sorry. You went
oh
away for a second, but you're fine now.
so like if it was 1,200 for me to go, it was like after tickets and everything like that, it would have been 1,200 for me to go to NYCC. And that's
Yeah,
why I'm not going, is because it's like, damn, if I'm spending 1,200, like I could literally put 6 into OMI and 6 into Veve, and like that's
yeah.
a better investment for me right now, especially during these heavy dips and everything. So yeah, like it's nothing personal. Like I said, if I can do it all, I would totally have already met you in person, and I would have been at in San Diego. Like I would have been there. But it's just I got to take care of the priorities, and then I can have fun after. You know.
Yeah, and I think that I'm so happy that you think this way and you have that delayed gratification about you, because it might suck now seeing everyone else have fun, seeing everyone else meet up, but you
I'm
know
so
that.
jealous, but I'm so happy that you guys are able to do it though. Like I'm not like envious at all. Like I said, I'm jelly because I can't be there, but I love seeing the pictures. Like I wish there was more pictures that I actually seen on Twitter from other people being at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't feel like I like seen very many like posts from others really. And I'm like, did none of the community go or what? Like you know, like I really do enjoy seeing other people enjoy the things that I have to miss out on, unfortunately, because I know that eventually I'll be enjoying the same thing. I just have
You
to
will.
wait a little longer.
And you'll be doing it with a bit more money because you'll have a good amount. So,
Exactly. Yes.
yeah,
That's the plan.
yeah. There's a bunch that's gonna happen in. I can't wait to for it all to happen. I think in before the end of the year, you're gonna see OMI move a lot, even if we still are in that bear market in that crypto winter, just
hmm
because there should be some implementation of burning before the end of the year, and it's gonna be wild. And I
I
can't
mean,
wait.
like I said, I think I've already told you this. I might be the unpopular opinion, but I'm hoping that at least with Omi and Vivi that we see like this dip at least until 2023. I want to take advantage of this. I was never like, do you know, like before we had this massive dip, I never ever thought I would have the collection I have now. Like seriously, at first I was mad because all my lenticulars were like fucking half off, maybe even more,
Yeah.
honestly. Um, the few golden moments I already had like cut in half in price, and everything seemed to be like, oh no, like why did I buy at the high? But again, don't dwell. Look at the opportunity that is at hand. Look, like now my vault has doubled in size. And I know it's going to at least double or triple in value once the market starts to recover. So
Oh, you don't know.
look at it as opportunity. Like this is a huge opportunity. So yes, do I hope that we stay in the dip at least until 2023? Yes, I do, because I'm still stacking and I have plenty more to go. I want to at least
Good.
have all the golden moments before this year is over. Like it's a goal and I
I
have to
hope
hit
you
it.
can get there. I'm
Thanks.
super proud of what you've done already. I'm super proud of everything that you're gonna do. I know that you can weather whatever storm comes to you, and I
Mhm.
know that, good or bad, w- good things happen. You're like, okay, you can put that to work. Bad
Yep.
things happen. You can use that as a learning experience and become stronger and grow as a person. I'm so bullish on your future, and
Thanks.
I'm so excited to see where I'm excited to see where it goes for me too, because that'll be great. But I'm
For
excited
all
to
of
see.
us, for the whole community.
Agreed.
We're all here early. Like we're still early. Like this is the time. This is when you guys were telling us you're early because these were the prices we were looking at.
Pretty much,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? I mean, when I started VB, these were the prices I was looking at, and then I seen the skyrocket, and I thought this was the launch. I was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna miss out." Of course, I FOMO'd, bought some stuff that was overpriced. Um, it's all a learning experience. This is my first time dabbling in NFTs and crypto and any of that. So, you
Yeah.
know, got to make some mistakes to learn from them, and you'll do better the next round,
Agreed.
the next bull run.
Soon. Um,
Soon.
so we've been going about 4 hours. I know you do have to go to
Yeah,
bed and get up in the morning. So I'll
I
talk to you off
do.
camera for a little bit.
Okay.
But we'll end the stream here and then I'll talk to you off camera afterwards.
Okay.
Um, thank you for coming on. Thank you for being so amazing, so awesome. Any quick thing you want to tell the audience before we dip and we talk off camera?
I know that we talked a little more about like almost like politics and stuff like that, and that wasn't the drive of this video intentionally. So
Yep.
if I offended or stepped on anybody's toes, I did not mean to, and I'm sorry if I did. I really truly am. DM me. You have my Twitter at KCollections 303. Let's have a talk. Like, I want to know your input and your thoughts, and especially if I hurt your feelings, like, please tell me I did and I can reflect on that. So that's all I can say.
Well, we don't have the First Amendment to talk about the weather. We have the First Amendment so we can say controversial things. So I'm glad
I
you
know.
did. I love that you're so free and open. So we're gonna end the broadcast, and I'll talk to you off camera. Everyone say bye bye to Dashi. Bye bye,
Bye,
Dashi.
Dashi.
Thank you. Oh, woof, woof, meow, meow.